Caro Presidente.
Dear President Cox, Mr. Minister, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure and an honor to have you here in the Chamber of Deputies to host the meeting of the Culture Committee during the semester of the Italian presidency of the Council of Europe. Culture is an essential component and key factor for bringing about the main missions of the Council of Europe to promote human rights, the practice of democracy, and the rule of law. Promoting culture as the soul of democracy means supporting policies and governance for culture which are strong and transparent, with access and participation and creativity, respect for identity and diversity. We're having a problem with the sound here. Respect and tolerance in a world which is ever more complex. And testifying to the value and role of cultures in promotion of human rights, let me recall the important conventions which the Council of Europe has promoted in this sector, from the Cultural Convention for Europe of 1954 to the more recent conventions from Faro and Nicosia. This last one is meant to combat crime and harm done to cultural goods. And this is something which is very present with the war in Ukraine today. This was barely negotiated by the Italian Parliament with our recent law in 2022, and we hope that this timely ratification will help us to improve the situation in this context. The Italian presidency has also given much attention to this subject, as the ministerial meeting for culture on last April 1st showed us, talking about the goals and results given by the Minister Franceschini. Today's meeting has very important subjects on the agenda as well in different sectors: media and related threats to pluralism and culture, cultural heritage, intercultural dialogue, which has to be connected to challenges relating to combat change, the network of member states universities, and it will also be the possibility to go into greater depth on the idea of historical sites that are memorials to particularly important events for all of our citizens. And I think we will also have to have a look at the polemic around considering the past and the basis of new sensitivities. We will have very precious testimony from Senator Liliana Segre, who has sent us a message that will be read by Senator Rampe in the context of the examination of the report on memory sites. Before I give the floor to President Cox, I'd also remind you that during speeches it will not be possible to take off your mask on the basis of a decision made by the questors. So I will wish successful work to all of us here, and I shall give the floor to President Cox.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Grande, for these extremely helpful remarks on behalf of the Italian delegation. I also warmly welcome with us just now Mr. Tini Cox, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and Mr. Dario Franceschini, who is the Italian Minister of Culture. We are really honoured to have both of you together with us for the opening today, along with Mrs. Marta Grande. I now give the floor to Mr. Tini Cox, who is President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Tini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, dear Alexander, and thank you very much for the opening remarks, Marta. The first part of your speech I had to listen in Italian, but after half a year of Italian presidency that starts to function already. The rest I got in English, and it's an honor to be here together with my Secretary General, Despina Vasiliou, and it's an honor, of course, sitting next to the Minister of Culture, to whom we are going to listen later today. I think it is important that we mention that we are now in Rome, but only 2 weeks ago Italy was represented at the highest possible level in Strasbourg with its President Mattarella, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Di Maio, indicator of the Italian presidency of the Council of Europe, a presidency that has developed in a in a completely different way than anybody could have expected, because Italy was well prepared for its half year in the chair of the Committee of Ministers. But then we got Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and everything became different. And I have to compliment the Italian presidency for taking care of this complete, unexpected, disastrous development in a very, very professional way. And I have worked very well together with Minister Di Maio and with your ambassador in Strasbourg, and I'm looking forward to the rest of your presidency, because it's still not finished. May is still an important month of your presidency. After, at the end of May, you will hand over the presidency to Ireland, then we go to Dublin. But before we go to Dublin, we first will go to Torino, where the ministerial conference will take place. Again, I think with another agenda than foreseen, because we have to discuss how the Council of Europe could react in the future in a better way to such a brutal violation of our statute and our conventions. And we share that situation with all the other international organizations in Europe, who all have to rethink why were we on earth, and why on earth could we not prevent this war in Ukraine to happen. I think in Torino, under the leadership of the Italian presidency, the ministerial conference will discuss that item as well. And everything is now seen in relation with what is happening in Ukraine. And the same goes for your committee, Alexander, the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media. All these elements are involved. What to do with an attack on a country, because that also means an attack to the education, to the culture, to the media, and so on. So we all have to rethink this. I'm most honored that I'm invited to participate in your committee meeting and these 2 days in Rome. The weather is far better than last time when we were here, because then we got a lot of rain. But I'm looking forward to listen to you. This will be my last word spoken, but I will listen very carefully to the Minister and everybody else who's going to take the floor. Thanks again for inviting Despina and me here.
No, thank you so much, dear Tini. I am extremely grateful to hear what you have said about the work of this committee. Indeed, we are all convinced that culture, as well as education, deserves much more attention than up until now it has got, and that the role, and our role for promoting these, should be all the better recognized. And I also would like to join you in thanking very much the Italian delegation and Mrs. Marta Grande for the hugely kind invitation that they've extended to all of us here this week. Finally, Tini, as a member of your bureau, I would personally very much like to thank you for the excellent leadership you are giving us, and not least from the start of your presidency, and on behalf of the Council of Europe, and along with Despina Chatsiulu, whose presence we very much are grateful for today, for the decisive response you have enabled us to take straight away over Russian aggression in the Ukraine. And I would like to warmly welcome our colleague for Ukraine, who has kindly come to join us today. I am really pleased that the Italian Minister of Culture, Mr. Franceschini, has been able to come along here too. For colleagues who have only been members of Parliament Assembly for a short time, I should inform you that Mr. Franceschini used to be a member of this committee some years ago. Therefore, I do particularly welcome again you among us, dear Minister. Finally, and before giving you the floor, I will make one short comment. For anyone looking at our committee agenda today might get the wrong impression that we're trying to cover far too much ground. So let me reassure that that is not the case, and that instead that there is a strong and visible thread running right through this agenda and its themes on culture and heritage, on science and education, on media, of information society, and on youth and sports policies. For our constant quest is to promote human dignity, uphold human rights, foster mutual understanding and respect. These are the true pillars of culture. Our democratic institutions will not stand without them. Thank you, dear colleagues. I now call upon Minister Franceschini. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President Cox. Thank you, Ms. Grande. I think this is truly a very important meeting of the Culture Committee, which is happening here in Rome during the Italian presidency. And I think that we really need to build an alliance between all of our institutions, national and international, including the Council of Europe and its Cultural Committee, to explain with great rigor, all of us together, how important investments in culture are, how important cultural policy is, how central it is, especially at a point in time where, for very different reasons, be them the pandemic, with everything that happened with cultural spaces closed during the lockdown, theater, cinemas, we've understood in our cities and our countries how very important these are and how difficult it is not to have cultural spaces open. And now the war is making us understand how important it is to have a space for mutual recognition between peoples and nations, which prevents conflicts, which largely come from a lack of knowledge. I have a very beautiful memory, one of the nicest ones I have from my time as a minister, which went on for a while, at Expo Milan 2015, where we called upon great intellectuals from Italy, including Umberto Eco, who also worked in the cultural ministers for all the countries of the world, and said that you need to be importers of knowledge. Practically all the wars of the past, all the horrors of the present come from a lack of reciprocal knowledge. You don't know each other well enough. And I think this is something very important to understand, how culture can play a role in preventing dramatic crisis situations such as we have today. But also to say Sergio Mattarella, the President of the Republic, when he visited the Parliamentary Assembly, said some very important things concerning humans' basic rights, the state of law, democracy, and the Council of Europe, and said this needed to be protected by its very institutions. And this was born right after the most painful war that Europe had known, and we see that we are now living once again in an unimaginable time of crisis. We in the Italian presidency had a meeting with ministers of culture, which happened a few months ago now, and which hadn't happened since 2013. And this was obviously largely given over to a wide-ranging examination of the situation in Ukraine and a firm condemnation of the Russian invasion. And so this led us to the decision of having a year for Ukrainian culture in Europe, which will be given over to knowledge. It will be a very important moment during which we will put forth national programs and European-level programs as well for training, for assistance, and for safety of the cultural heritage of Ukraine, which is being materially threatened in terms of its cultural object, but also in terms of its creative capacities, its artists, its creators whose possibility to express themselves, to be free and to create is being threatened. And I would like to say very personally, Mr. Pachenko, who was taking part in this meeting from Kiev via video link, and saying that we have already made a very strong commitment in this cultural context. We've also had full support from all the members of the Conference of Europe, and the conference concluded with unanimous approval by acclamation of the role of the Council of Europe in the cultural sector for Ukraine. As Minister of Culture in Italy, we have also had various different initiatives. We have made a commitment, formally speaking, on the Council of Ministers to rebuild when it would be possible to do so, when the war situation allows this to happen. the Mariupol Theater. I don't know if you recall that all of these items are part of World Heritage protected list, and this goes above and beyond the legal ownership of private good, a church. A World Heritage item belongs to all of humanity, and it needs to be protected by anyone who can. And we need to be blue helmets of culture for the protection of cultural goods. That this has also been approved by UNESCO, and this is of fundamental importance. An instrument which will be necessary to be able to act during times of crisis, because cultural goods, cultural items belong to everyone, and they need to be protected and reconstructed when necessary. And this is the wish of the Italian presidency to rebuild Mariupol Theater as soon as it's possible, to do so as soon as the war is over, and to be able to recover cultural goods which have been destroyed in the conflict. A multinational effort will be necessary here, a world in which culture has been damaged by a natural catastrophe such as an earthquake, or a terrorist attack such as happened, unfortunately, relatively recently as well, or by a war. Countries act spontaneously because everybody wants to act in the common good, but it's very important to see that there be not just bilateral movements that are improvised on the spur of the moment, but it's also very important to have UNESCO, the United Nations, and international bodies to intervene immediately to protect people, first and foremost, and then also cultural heritage, that there should be an instrument that the international community needs to create. And I think the Council of Europe can give strong impetus along those lines. Italy has also signed a decree which earmarks €2 million to host in Italy artistic residence for Ukrainian artists who have had to flee their country, so that they may express their creative freedom in our country. So I think that together with UNESCO and national governments and the European Union, there is a great space open to us here to undertake these measures and to show the active role of culture as an instrument for dialogue, for respect, for knowledge, and to protect both material and intangible cultural heritage in Ukraine. This can also happen through cultural exchanges, exchange of artists, residences, and to have greater knowledge, mutual knowledge of peoples of one another. And as Minister of Culture, we've also wanted to go into greater depth in other areas. The new challenges posed by artificial intelligence, for instance, in the area of culture. And there have been many such examples. The second subject concerns transparency and the development of guidelines for the Council of Europe with new digital challenges, and especially a support of European TV series with sufficient financing, and also from the point of view of having a great space for growth. Europe, its individual countries, if they work independently of one another, they're going to be very small actors compared to the very large challenges they're going to have to deal with, especially from the United States and the English-speaking world. If Europe acts in a unified fashion, they can be the biggest producer of cultural goods and the biggest consumer of cultural goods in the world. We have the possibility to give instruments and incentives that are necessary for countries to work together and to create this shared action, these shared goals, in a space where the Council of Europe also has an important role to play. I will conclude saying that Italy has recently ratified the Nicosia Convention, has approved a law with specific financing measures in our country, introducing also very severe fines for those who harm cultural heritage with their vandalism or in other ways. Very pleased to have you here today. I'm very pleased to be at this meeting, and I think that together and above the responsibility we have in our different institutions, those of us who work in ministries of cultures can also undertake great actions to motivate other political decision makers. I think we all know this already. Other political decision makers also need to invest in culture. This is one of the greatest resources we can have for our own future. Thank you.
And thank you, Minister Franceschini. I now invite contributions from the floor. Would anybody wishing to intervene please now put up or hold up his or her card? Yes, please.
Many thanks, dear Minister, for Italian hospitality. And I am sure you will be aware on April 18, photographs and videos of vandalism and desecration of the monument of Hagia Sophia in Istanbul were brought to light on the social media and press. These appalling images are the result of the Erdogan government's conversion of this unique monument into a mosque, despite the fact that this monument, protected as such by UNESCO since 1985 and listed on the World Heritage List as an outstanding universal value. These pictures also show disrespect to the core values and principles of the Council of Europe, especially as far as religious freedom and intercultural dialogue are concerned. Italy, as the presiding country and founding member of the Council of Europe, and you, personally, as Minister of Culture of the presiding country, what initiatives do you intend to take, please, to stop this vandalism and the desecration of Hagia Sophia? Thanks a lot.
Thank you. George.
Thank you, Alexander. If I can get used to this technology here and speaking with a mask, which is strange, can I first congratulate the Minister on his speech? It was really excellent, and he's raised some topics which give us food for thought, and we're most grateful to him, not just for his presence, but for the contribution that he's made. I think probably, Minister, you'll remember the report by Vesna Marjanovic, which we considered, and which outlined for our benefit and for a wider benefit the very important link between cultural vitality and the level of democracy. And sometimes I think some of our members don't understand how important the remit of this committee, of course science, education, media, sport, but also of culture, is in relation to the main functions, the main reason for our existence, and that is the promotion of human rights and democracy. Now, Italy is a country where culture and the acceptance of culture, the understanding of it, the appreciation of it, comes naturally, and you understand this. And you're, of course, the center of a great democratic tradition. But that isn't the same for all the countries of the Council of Europe. Sometimes in my own country, some people don't fully realize the importance of our culture. And I wonder what you can do. I know you only have a month left, but also as a minister, you'll be participating in future as a member of the Committee of Ministers. What you can do to get this message over to other countries, and to make sure that when we're looking at our budgets, and of course there are a whole range of other things that deserve to be high on our list of expenditure or priorities, but sometimes culture gets pushed down. The money available for music, for drama, for the visual arts gets squeezed out. And I wonder if there's something that you can do and something that you can suggest that we can do in our committee to make sure that our colleagues who are not members of this committee understand the importance of culture in terms of the fundamental remit of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I now call upon Kamil Aydin. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Thank you. And I would like to start with my deepest gratitudes to the Minister. I would like to thank you for your highly sensitive words about preserving and protecting world cultural heritage. And you said, you know, I would like to focus on the words you mentioned. We should unite to act together, especially by giving examples in Mariupol. And in accordance with your recommendation, honestly, we, as the country Turkey, have acted with the similar spirit and renovated and restored many World Heritage pieces so far. Most of them are ages, you know, old. And the last one, a couple of days ago, forget about Hagia Sophia, because in the last meeting in France, I've given very brief information about what happened and what did we do so far. But apart from that, because it is that difficult to understand it, because in after the news, the Turkish public opinion has immediately reacted to the damage and on the circular wooden element of the Imperial Gate in the Grand Mosque of Hagia Sophia. And within 24 hours, the conservation of Imperial Gate has been completed. Anyway, I leave it aside. But on the other hand, I would like to give a good example in accordance with your recommendation that we come together and we try to renovate. And that was the Surp Gregorus Church in Diyarbakir. A couple of days ago, our Minister of Culture openly went there, and we, after renovation, it opened for the congregation of the Christian population of Armenians in Turkey. And honestly, to see that, you know, you have got the same attitude and mentality on behalf of my country, I am very pleased to welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Mr. Voloshin from the Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very grateful to all of you, definitely, and to Minister Franceschini for your kind support of my country, whatever has been done. And will be done to support the cultural heritage, definitely. I just wanted, it's really extremely important thing that is largely overlooked by many others who care more for weapons, humanitarian aid, etc., forgetting really that the culture is a fundament of a human being for every intellectual and developed person and for every nation. And definitely it's extremely important for me was to hear what Italy plans to do to keep Ukrainian cultural heritage and to develop Ukrainian culture. However, I would like to just like a small kind recommendation, to look at Ukrainian cultural heritage broadly. It is not limited, and since I represent the opposition, they have like different views with some people in the government. It is not limited, definitely, to say Ukrainian culture. I mean, like ethnic by-origin culture. Ukraine is a home to many nations, and it's great, and it's really European because it's very rich with different cultures. It has a lot of Jewish cultural sites. It has a lot of Polish cultural sites, and it has a vibrant Hungarian and Romanian minority cultures. But also it does have a lot of from Russian culture, part of Ukrainian cultural heritage. And what really worries me sometimes when I look at the debate around this ugly, terrible Russian invasion of my country is an attempt to, together with rejecting and denouncing the aggression of Kremlin, to denounce a Dostoevsky or Gogol, who, for instance, is a Ukrainian writer, but who is believed to be part of Russian culture because he wrote in Russian, but he got a lot of inspiration from his trip to Rome. And one of his most famous works, that is The Dead Souls, was written after it starts. Where a novel starts with events happening in Italy, right? And he was inspired by Rome, so it's international heritage. And I know the inclinations, unfortunately, of some of my colleagues to say with justified rejection of what does Putin, to use this as an instrument to get rid of Russian cultural heritage of Ukraine. That is an absolutely wrong goal. And that's something that cannot be good for my country when the war is over, and we need to build a multicultural, multilingual, inclusive society where all minorities are respected, etc. So that's why I just call upon you and all others with regard to this issue and other issues related to the cultural, linguistic, and humanitarian side of this tragedy, not to forget that, like among my voters, there are a lot of these people, but not only among our voters, of millions of loyal Ukrainian citizens of Hungarian, Romanian, Jewish, Polish, and Russian origin, who do deserve a decent place in Ukraine after the war, as well as Russians being citizens of EU countries and other countries of the Council of Europe. So I mean, we shouldn't be someone who ruin. We should be those who build, however ugly the actions of the Kremlin might look. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And I now ask to address us Mr. Stefan Schenak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the former rapporteur for the Convention against illegal cultural heritage trafficking, I want to thank the Italian government that they was so active in this process. And since that time, I'm an absolutely fan of the Carabinieri, because there are about 150 Carabinieri who are more, which has the same knowledge than scientists on the university, reading every day the auction catalogs from the whole world and intervene in Detroit, on any places. And we had the chance to see the exhibition in Firenze, where they showed what they found in the illegal market and what they saved, for example, in a night action in Swiss, where they came by helicopter and informed the next day the Swiss that they saved the 3 gods from Roma, which was in a hut in Swiss waiting for that. But we should still work on this convention. We should ask all the member states to join this convention. And I want also thank Lord Fox George that you mentioned this main base report from Vesna about culture and democracy. I think this is one of our really main reports we made. But one report is coming, and I think we should have a view on this report. It's countering the erasure of cultural identity in war and peace. I can only tell you, as rapporteur for Azerbaijan, I collected from Armenia and from Azerbaijan all the cultural question of destroyed objects in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And but we have now also in Russian and Ukraine, and as a specialist for the Western Balkan states, I can tell you we lost so much on cultural in this 5-year-long bloody war. But we have also to see to the minorities across the Europes and their identity, cultural identity. I think this will be a very, very important incoming report, also for the background what is happening at the moment in Ukraine. But again, to Italy, thanks for that we have now this convention and that we can work with this convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Finally, we hear from Mr. Roberto Rampi.
Sì, grazie.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I'm happy to see that we've managed to arrange this meeting of the Culture Committee here in Rome. We were dreaming of this a few years ago, and in fact, we've managed to do it during the Italian presidency. I think it is key to have our colleagues here because of what the minister said and what others have said. In other words, the role, the function of culture as an important instrument of democracy cannot be taken for granted. Maybe the people here in this room take this attitude, but if we leave this room and discuss it with colleagues from other committees or at the Council of Europe with members of other committees, well, many people think that investments in culture are just additional investments because there are fundamental rights, we have our democratic process, and perhaps education may even come before culture, and then comes culture. But that's not how we see it. We know that investing in culture is key in order to ensure democracy. Unless we understand what is happening, we will have no democracy. Now, I think that we've gotten to know one another after 5 years of work at the Council of Europe. I'm not saying this out of national pride, nor because I'm very proud to be with the same political party. In any case, together with Minister Franceschini, at three different times during 3 different governments, I think that we felt the need to make this national investment, as it were. Here at the Chamber, we approved the first motion on the blue helmets of culture. At the time, it seemed quite bizarre to be doing something like that, considering how many problems there are out there. We were focusing on this blue helmets of culture, and yet we were thinking of what happened in Syria, in Mosul, and wherever there were clashes and conflicts in Cairo, in Egypt, there was desecration of important parts of cultural heritage, and we know that this will continue. We certainly weren't aware of what would be happening right now. So when there are conflicts, we need to be able to state that that which is owned by all, that which is everyone's heritage, must be protected. So clearly we're working in Strasbourg on this, and it is an example. This is a city that's always been under some sort of conflict, as it were, in history. And we've approved reports at our assembly last year, for example, on the right to this kind of understanding. Well, we have to approve this. In fact, democracy is based on a number of different pillars: freedom of information, education. And unless countries invest in culture, we cannot ensure that democracies will exist. So this is a commitment that we are making, that we are undertaking at the Council of Europe. And to close, let me say that I came yesterday after 4 days of the European Museums Forum, and in fact I was representing the Council of Europe, this assembly, for that award ceremony. And in fact we awarded the prize to an extraordinary museum in Holland that tells the story of a nun and her story, basically. And this place is no longer just a museum, and they were saying that there are in fact social activities now offered, integration for migrants, places for elderly women and men to meet and play, games, and games for children as well. And they all know that people know that if they need a warm meal, they can go there and be fed. So I think this is an important function for museums, and I've seen more than 60 examples of this. There is people, an army, I'm using this word deliberately, an army of people out there who are developing culture and art and who are producing this different kind of world that Umberto Eco mentioned at Expo. So this is what we have to invest on. These people need to be supported. In fact, we are finally approving a law here in Italy for workers, to protect workers who are working in culture. So we have to do this in 46 different countries today. Hopefully this won't stay the same number. And we've got to take into account this need for investment, these demands for investment in culture. In fact, one of the targets of democracy as we say that in our countries we need to improve the quality of prisons, of the prison situation, and we're asking for transparent elections, and we monitor those elections. So just as we do that, we also have to say that unless we make a minimum of investments in culture, we are not to be deemed democratic countries. And finally, we also have to reach out to those people who never are able to go to a museum or a library or a theatre. We've got to engage those people. We've got to capture them by using other instruments. So this is what we have to do if we're working in the sphere of culture today. And we politicians who are involved have to try to implement this in all of our countries.
Thank you, Roberta. I will take two more contributions, and these will be the last. Could the two colleagues concerned very kindly confine their remarks to 1.5 minutes each? You, sir, first.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to thank you for this meeting. I'd like to mention and underline, coming from Cyprus, from the Turkish part of Cyprus, the importance of the cooperation on cultural heritage that we have been going through in Cyprus after the remnants of the war that we had years ago. There has been a bicommunal cultural heritage committee composed of Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, supported by the Council of Europe, European Union, United Nations. We have been going through amazing cultural restorations and very good examples of working together, mainly focusing on Ottoman and Islamic cultural heritage, also on Greek Orthodox cultural heritage protection of them. But I have to mention that now that we are in Rome, we also have a huge amount of Italian, Venetian cultural heritage that needs to be protected as well. The walls around surrounding capital Nicosia, for example, in recent years, some parts of them are falling apart. So we need to work together with the Italian government as well, with Italian embassy. I would like to mention, underline that need to also put some effort on working on that cultural heritage as well in Cyprus together. And I'd like to say that we are ready to cooperate together on that with the Council of Europe, European Union, of course, with the Italian government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now our final contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to address my thanks to the Minister as well for his emphatic speech. I utterly agree that it's urgent that we all stand together in war in order to preserve our cultural inheritance, not only in Ukraine, but in every conflict in Europe. But there is also a silent war waging against all of us, against all of our country's culture. It's the cancel culture. Let me exaggerate a little bit. Europe has got a long history, Middle Ages, Renaissance, etc. It is the cradle of our culture, but it is mostly male, it is mostly white, and it's mostly Christian and Jewish. And I would like to end my intervention with a plea. Thank you. It is that we all stand together to guard our cultural inheritance from being erased in order to fit better in these postmodern times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister Franceschini, perhaps you might like to reply to some of these comments.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I don't need to reply, but I need to thank all those who've contributed to the debate because your remarks are important indeed. We are all standing together in this path. With regard to Hagia Sophia, we have taken important positions, and we know that there are different styles, different histories, different religions, different traditions represented there, and they have been mixed together, and it is a unique site, and UNESCO, in fact, has recognized it as a World Heritage Site for that very reason. So what we are doing is working with other international organizations, for example, UNESCO, and this is their main function. And to be part of the list of World Heritage Sites requires preservation and respect. So we have to encourage the Turkish government to do just that. We want to make sure that they protect that site to the best of their ability because it is part of World Heritage. On Ukraine, I think we have to make a distinction between two time periods. One is now, the war is ongoing, and we have to do our best to support and protect the cultural heritage. And this is what we've done in other countries. We've sent materials and supplies and especially to those heritage sites, because this is essential also in order to prevent illegal trafficking and to ensure protection, therefore. Now, we saw pictures that we thought were part of the past. During World War II, during the Nazi occupation here in Italy, we saw people stealing works of art from museums, and others were trying to protect them with sacks of sand. And we're seeing the same thing happening right now in Ukraine. So we have to support the protection of our World Heritage Sites, and we also have to support the artists, in Ukraine. Now, hopefully the war will have a positive outcome and the international community will have to be engaged in the restoration of the damaged heritage, but we also have to promote knowledge of Ukrainian culture. We can start doing this now in our countries already. The literature, music, art, poetry, history of Ukraine. Knowledge, I think, is an important tool because it is an antibody, an antidote when we're trying to counter these events and prevent them from happening again. Somebody mentioned the Carabinieri force, the Carabinieri who are working for years. They have been working for years now, and they have acquired great expertise and they have a high-level knowledge of culture and how to protect our heritage and how to combat illegal trafficking in cultural works. We know that this isn't only happening on a personal level, on an individual level, but we know that it is used also to finance illegal criminal activities and organized crime even. So this is something that we are indeed proud of, our Carabinieri force. And we were talking about the Blue Helmets of Culture in Croatia and Albania, and this happened after major events. Now, I think that we should operate at a supranational level, not at a national level. And we have to therefore take all the expertise that exists in our different countries and work at a supranational level anywhere in the world. This is a challenge that should be seized. And to close, let me just say that on the one hand, we have this feeling of hope. On the other, maybe some frustration with regard to the important role of culture and the fact that in our governments and in our parliaments, not everyone understands how important this sector is. And we know that people operating in the sphere of culture and politicians that are engaged in this sphere, of course, are fully aware of the need to ensure this kind of protection. In any case, an important concept is this. We can, of course, take individual action, but collective action is key, because when we act together, we are much, much stronger. During my mandate, this was by coincidence, I think, I was Minister of Culture during the Italian presidency of the G7 and the Italian presidency of the G20 as well. Now, Italy promoted the G7 on culture in Florence, and just a few months ago, again, we did this at the Colosseum, and Prime Minister Draghi came, and in our final document we said that the G20 would continue to focus on this sphere, and that in fact we would have a G20 on culture, which is unprecedented. Normally we focus on economic issues, and culture perhaps wasn't one of the main themes of economic policy and investments in culture, but it must be, and also G7. On the 16th and 17th of June, we will be holding a conference. Many of you are invited and many of you have accepted to come. We have the ministers of culture of Mediterranean countries, the European shore of the Mediterranean and the Eastern and African shores of the Mediterranean. And in fact, this is another important region because we need to keep our dialogue open and because together we are stronger than we are individually. When we asked our national governments to spend more on culture or perhaps to not have spending cuts on culture, well, alone it is difficult. Together it is easier, and the European Union must be on board. We have to strengthen UNESCO as well. So collectively we can conduct an operation and explain that investments in culture are not only a moral duty, but these investments are an economic opportunity because we would attract tourism, a high level of tourism. People come to see these beauties and they remember them for the rest of their lives. So this is what we can do collectively. Thank you so very much for this initiative. We should have many, many more. The more we do this, the more we can convince everyone that investments in culture are not just add-ons, but they are essential for our future. Thank you.
Minister Franceschini, thank you very much indeed. And again, on behalf of us all, an enormous thank you to our Italian hosts. There will now be a pause to allow our hosts to take their leave. Please, while we pause, please don't leave the room and go too far, but we'll be about 5 minutes. If you could please be nicely back within 5 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, could you very kindly come back now to your seats? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the next item on the agenda. As you can see, is number 2, and it is the adoption of our agenda. And we are, although there are a few of our colleagues who are still enjoying a well-earned cup of coffee, and here I may give you, because along with a cup of coffee, I think you all need a small joke. And the small joke is this. There's 2 jokes, quick jokes, but which gives our colleagues time to get back to their seats. The first is that you weren't supposed to have a coffee break today. You're getting one tomorrow, but you weren't supposed to have one today. But as I'm a very kind chairman, I could see that there was an exact correlation in time between the departure of our Italian hosts and the need for us to imbibe caffeine, which we have done. That's the first joke. The other bit connected is that in the House of Commons and the House of Lords committees, as George and Jane will know well, when you go to these committees or the floor of the House, you're not allowed to have even a plastic cup of coffee with you, by you, where you sit. For which reason, I wonder, and I'll tell you exactly the reason, in case you were to throw it as a projectile at somebody who disagreed with what you had last said. So there we are. I've just... gentlemen, hello, would you like to come and join us? Come and join us, we've started. Come along. Okay, so we'll start anyway. And we're at number 2, and we are quorate. Can we drop the draft agenda of our meeting, please? I do not see there are any objections, so I declare the draft agenda adopted. We come to item 3. The minutes of the meeting held in a hybrid manner during the second part session have yet to be finalised. So I'd suggest to postpone this matter to our next meeting during the third part session in June. We come now to item 4 on the agenda, which is youth and the media, open to the public, and our rapporteur is Mrs. Tama Taliashvili from Georgia. We will now consider an expert report and hold a hearing on youth and media. And in that connection, I give a warm welcome to our distinguished panel of experts. They include Mrs. Adriana Mutu, for Academic and Quality Director, Professor at ESIC, Business and Marketing School, Barcelona. We have Mr. Pasquale Stanzioni, President of the Italian Data Protection Authority in Italy. Mrs. Mariak van den Abilia, Associate Professor in Digital Culture at the Department of Communication Sciences of Ghent University, Belgium. And finally, Mr. Vittorio Gattari, Board Member of the Italian Youth Council and Member of the Advisory Council on Youth, acronym CCJ, of the Council of Europe. First, I give the floor to our rapporteur, Mrs. Tama Taliashvili, for her introductory remarks. Tama, we look forward to hearing from you.
Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, I'm very much honored to speak in front of you about one of the most crucial issues of our times. And I would say the times to come, the youth and media. First of all, I would like to thank our hosts for their hospitality in this great city. In fact, Roman mythology comes very handy to explain the very essence of my topic, because media portrays itself as an ancient god, the Janus, two-faced, especially, I would say, in connection with youth. From one side, media faces youth with insecurity, mistrust, data collection, and disinformation, compulsory gaming, incitement to violence, online harassment, adherence to conspiracy theories. Too often, social platforms and their engagement-based algorithms distribute and are awarding divisive, polarizing, and sensationalist content potentially harmful to youngsters. There is a broad range of serious safety concerns, such as cybercrime, pornography, or violence. Moreover, there is a real risk of harmful effects of some specific content on child self-perception, their body image, and in general, the lifestyle of the young people. On the other side, media faces youth with endless opportunities, new jobs, communication and networking, creativity, innovation, education. Above all, we're extremely proud when we witness young people making their voices more audible on a global level regarding crucial current issues such as human rights, environmental protection, or sustainable development. Now, my colleagues, as we can see, the issue of youth and media is very wide. To avoid dispersal, my intention as a rapporteur on this topic is to explore a limited number of aspects and channel my analysis in two main directions. These are as follows: the safety use of social media by young people and the engagement of young people in an active social life. In particular, let me say that it would be necessary to assess the way social media showcase news and information, protect young people against harmful content. Further, the issue of safety, data protection, data privacy are extremely important in online communication. Youth education on privacy and safety issues surrounding their personal data shared online, of course, is of crucial importance. My colleagues, it is necessary to examine what possible new solutions and approaches exist to help stakeholders more effectively prevent and reduce online bullying, to provide practical guidance on preventing and responding to cyberbullying. There is indeed a need to develop a regulatory and educational framework that would adapt to ongoing technological developments. The relationship between news exposure to political information and democratic political engagement of youth can be assessed by looking at different variables, including the usage of digital technologies to participate in democratic activities and the participation in offline activities that promote democratic citizenship. Very important issue is, of course, the, regarding aspirational labor. The new power asymmetries in the digital economy, the advent of new digital careers as data workers, sometimes unpaid, should raise discussions on the role played by youth in the digital economy. I believe that a very important part of the process of working on the report are the contributing experts and the debate in the committee. Let me thank so much Professor Adriana Mutu, who has prepared a very interesting background report on the matter, which will no doubt be helpful for the upcoming work. And it is very important that we today have Mr. Stanzione. Thank you for your precious support and interesting insights. He will focus on youth-safe navigation online and should give some information on the legal framework in Italy and on measures to protect adolescents and young people from online violence. Very interesting contribution comes from Professor Mariak van den Abile, who has been invited to deal with the following aspects: risks and opportunities for young people in media consumption and in relation to the always-on nature of digital media, psychological vulnerabilities and structural inequalities of young people in the process of media consumption, and of course the issue how different stakeholders can work together to achieve the most optimal outcomes. And at last but not at least, our young expert, Mr. Gattari, has been invited to deal with the aspects of youth news usage and consumption habits on social media networks, youth participation and engagement in a convergent media environment, youth, news, and democratic engagement. My dear colleagues, we must protect young people by enabling them, by strengthening them to use a secure, healthy, and creative social media. Thank you very much, and thank you for the upcoming debate and the contributions of the experts.
Tom, thank you very much. I now give the floor to the first of our experts. I wonder if you might like to come. That's Adriana Mutu, to where you see the microphone. Thank you so much. Let's just see if it can properly switch on, which British microphones often don't in the British Parliament, but I think here, and I'm fortunate enough by some colleagues to have been here for the Migration Committee in November, and I found that everything worked perfectly in this room. So I'm quite sure that you will, by pressing a button, find that you're about to speak. I give you the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Buongiorno, good morning. I would like to thank the rapporteur, Ms. Tamar Taliashvili, for offering me the opportunity to prepare and present today the expert report, Youth and the Media. I would also like to thank the members of the Commission and Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media. The report that I prepared explores the theme Youth and the Media and introduces an analysis of two specific issues of interest for policymakers. The first one being the safe use of social media by young people, and the second one, the engagement of young people in an active life through and with the help of the media. The objectives of this report are twofold. Firstly, it provides an assessment of the current challenges and opportunities associated with the access, exposure, and engagement of young audiences with a wide variety of mainstream and non-mainstream digital news sources. Secondly, and most importantly, it presents specific conclusions and a set of clear recommendations for member states on the subject matter. The methodology of the expert report is qualitative. I have mainly relied on an extensive review of academic studies, policy, and industry reports. Results show a wide variety of patterns of interaction, participation, and engagement of young audiences with different news media organizations. In my presentation, I will be mostly focusing on the findings, so I will start with a general overview of the findings of the first dimension analyzed, that is the safe use of social media by young people. When I checked the research, the latest published research, it seems that the age factor represents one of the most important predictive variables concerning the consumption of news. I asked myself the question, what influences young European adults' news media usage and consumption habits? Well, cross-country variations exist, as research shows. There is a general growing pattern that is prevalent, and that is that online social media platforms and networks represent young adult primary news sources. Young audiences are likely to mix news consumption with social networking, problem solving, and social action. And I quote what a young person participating in a study has declared: "News finds me on social media. I click on them if they interest me and end up on a different page. I read no particular page. News find me." End of quote. In other words, in the age of smartphones and social media, young people do not follow the news as much as the news follows them. Social media becomes the primary gateway to news and information, which reflects a shifting dynamic between traditional news outlets, which maintain a direct relationship with their audiences, and social media platforms where young adults are generally incidentally engaging with the news, as they are not actively seeking out information on their own. Incidental news exposure on social network platforms, as opposed to deliberately consuming news in social network sites, represents an interesting discussion point. Incidental news consumption in the online environment means that the youth may be exposed to information that they did not actively seek out. An interesting term that I found was the term news snacking, meaning that youth are exposed to bits of information which serve the purpose of just obtaining a basic overview and understanding of what is happening around them. Another concerning or very important topic to discuss has to do with safety, digital privacy and reputation, and the digital self-determination. Youth education on the importance of privacy and safety issues surrounding their personal data shared online by using social media platforms, online shopping, mobile apps, sensors, and trackers is of crucial importance. Youth need to receive education on what a digital footprint is, benefits and costs, understand the issue of the loss of privacy on the internet, learn who track users around the internet, and how they do it, learn how privacy laws in different parts of the world can impact their digital footprint. Another concerning topic has to do with the exposure to harmful advertising. Young people are often exposed to a series of worrisome, harmful material and advertising practices on the internet promoted or used by social media influencers. This harmful material may contain, for instance, pornographic scenes, sexualization of minors, gender stereotypes in children's toys advertising, etc. For the purpose of the illustration, I'm presenting you a snapshot of a Spanish internet celebrity who is followed by 7 million users on Instagram. And this is the type of content that this person is promoting on the internet. What you can see in this picture and the translation from Spanish, I am in Bilbao, just a little bit. I'm going to have a snack, and then I will go and have dinner for real. Why is this concerning? Well, it's concerning and very alarming because childhood overweight and obesity in Spain is a real problem. 1 in 3 children aged 13 to 14 are overweight. And this data was published last year by the OECD, and also there's a lot of other stakeholders involved in the public debate, for instance, the Spanish Society of Cardiology, publishing work and arguing that some 34% of the Spanish population between 3 and 24 years old is overweight and obese. So in this regard, I'm going back to this picture. Well, earlier this year, the Spanish Ministry of Consumer Affairs has decided to take some steps to ban advertising for unhealthy foods, drinks that are aimed at children and adolescents. The second part of my presentation has to do with the engagement of young people in social life through and with the help of the media. Well, the degree of trust in the media is proven to influence the interest, engagement, and participation in online news ecosystems. In addition, the participatory and collaborative culture of young people is also influenced by the patterns of usage of the internet, social media networks, and digital technologies. However, exposure to conflict, the civility or uncivility of the online discourse are concerning features of the online participation in political debates. Providing opportunities for democratic political engagement and guaranteeing youth exposure to reliable political information on traditional and new platforms represent important challenges for policymakers, given the concerns regarding informational fatigue experienced by young audiences. Moreover, the growth of news consumption through online news aggregators, social media, and blogs, and the lack of professional gatekeepers compared to traditional media begs the question as to how and who should monitor the misinformation and disinformation in the information ecosystem. Youth spend much time on the internet, where they are involved in a wide variety of paid and unpaid economic transactions, consuming and producing content. This may include creative expression on social media, interactive gaming, collaboration, blogging, photography, music, podcasting, etc. Young people are contributing to a changing economic landscape, undertaking labor for free in the hope of a future payoff. Recent research discusses the challenges of the aspirational labor or the hope labor that involves the undertaking of risks, laboring of an unpaid or underpaid basis without the guaranteed promise of a future reward. So on the one hand, youth are empowered by the digital ecosystem because they are provided with the tools and spaces to exercise their agency as active and creative consumers and producers of culture. But at the same time, corporate platforms commodify their data, attention, culture, labor, and creativity for profits that are not equitably shared. Therefore, the advent of new digital careers as data workers raises discussions on the role played by youth in the digital economy, defined as a highly networked ecosystem. To sum up, based on the assessment of these specific issues detailed in the report, I have formulated various recommendations for member states, and well, a summary of the recommendations are presented here on the slides. I will not go over them because there are more than 26 recommendations that have to do with every of the topic that I analyze in the report. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the debate.
Thank you very much, Adriana. I now call upon, after Adriana Muto, we have Mr. Pasquale Stanzione. You have the floor. If you could please come up to the rostrum. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes.
Warm greetings to all the members of the Culture Committee of the Council of Europe. I'm very grateful to be invited to take part in this discussion, which leads us to reflect on a central theme for democracy, the relationship between youth and media in a society which is ever more digitalized and in which communication itself, be it broadcasting, becoming ever more individualized, segmented, depending on the type of person it's aimed at. And this has led, over and above an exponential multiplication of the different sources of communication, also the involvement, direct involvement of minors in communication. And this drives from a greater participation on their side in public debate, but also the risk of being victims of harmful conduct which can harm both their dignity and their right to freely construct their own personalities. And the challenge of sustainable regulation is right here, in a reasonable balance between self-determination of minors and guardianship of their personality, facing forms of behavior which might damage them. And discipline of protection of data has developed this challenge, given that the GDPR already leads us to make an important choice to give minors between 13 and 16 years of age, as defined, the right to self-determination on how their own data is to be used, and this without weakening, even in a minimal way, the strengthened guardianship given to minors' data by the GDPR or by Convention 108. And this is an important choice, which has been made so as to make law correspond to daily reality today, and with certain measures taken both in terms of information and also in terms of...
In this first respect, we have to consider that information must be understandable. In other words, it must be geared to the minor's cognitive capacity. And secondly, the consent given by the minor to processing information is always revocable, and it also recognizes their right to have the data thus collected deleted. And informed consent on the one hand, and the criteria of reversibility of the choices made by minors on the other, balance, and I'm saying this before and after the fact, it balances the scope of the minor's decision-making autonomy in terms of their digital reputation, and this is ever more important today. In Italy, the threshold for autonomous consent given by minors is the age of 14, and minors can autonomously give their consent, therefore, at this age, in this sphere as in other spheres in our country. But the digital sphere is quite peculiar with respect to self-determination. So the authority needs to make sure that there would be no harm to these 14-year-olds or no abuse of these 14-year-old minors. We know that the age determination system of a known platform used primarily by youth have prompted the authority to challenge a breach. In fact, this occurred when a 10-year-old girl suffocated after watching a video inciting suicide that was circulated on social networks. And this resulted in stopping the processing of data of Italian users whose age was not certain. And in doing this, they were trying to impose a reliable age verification system in order to avoid any undue access of these younger users in this dangerous solitude that they are in, their access to games that are way beyond their years. And it was also required to provide clear information to these special users, the young users, in line with the principle of transparency, which underlies Convention 108+. Now, there is still an ongoing effort to find age verification systems that are effective without necessarily resulting in the profiling of minors or the in cataloging these minors. Now, this, albeit limited self-determination of minors over 14 in this sphere was also adopted for cyberbullying and revenge porn situations in order to curtail any risks that would harm the minor's dignity or reputation. As a precaution, of course, our law, number 71 of 2017 on cyberbullying, allows minors over the age of 14 to ask the authority for protection, in particular by being able to request the deletion, to request the authority to delete any prejudicial or harmful content. Now, this is accompanied by educational programs for youth who are using the network. They have to have a better understanding of how to use the network and learn relational skills. So this is a pedagogical effort, digital education, basically, which are essential for youth in raising their awareness in terms of identity protection on the web. We also have in Italy Legislative Decree 108 of 2018. And this has been extended, in fact, to revenge porn. And youngsters who are over the age of 14 can request a block on content, on dangerous content. So they now have this option for intimate content loading. In addition, the guarantor can also decide on petitions filed by youngsters over 14 for the removal of suicide incitement content. Now, with regard to cyberbullying, we think that this model may be considered a normative paradigm for other countries as well, and not only in Italy. As a matter of fact, we think this is a partial solution, at least, in terms of the self-determination of minors in protecting their identity and protection before and after. Facts of this kind occur. Clearly, no protection will be fully effective unless the youth themselves are able to discern and therefore seek self-determination. So they need this maturity, as it were. And we think that this is the real challenge for the GDPR, for the General Data Protection Regulation. So it is important to focus on this digital education because youth need to see what opportunities there are out there, but also what risks there are when using internet. In closing, I wish to say that in promoting digital subjectivity, the awareness, even among youth, of the importance of protecting personal data is key in protecting their dignity and their rights. In other words, this is another piece that we must add to the complex mosaic of fully protecting minors as people, which is being creatively advocated primarily by the Council of Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pascali Stazioni, and I now give the floor to Mrs. Mariak van der Abile. Would you like, please, to come to the rostrum? Thank you so much. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much for inviting me to share with you my expertise as an academic who researches how digitization affects young people and their culture in the everyday life. I want to start my talk with a picture that went viral a few years ago of teenagers glued to their screens while in front of Rembrandt's The Night Watch painting. People were appalled by this picture. It illustrates how smartphones are destroying teenagers. However, in reality, these teenagers were actually using the museum's application to answer questions about the Night Watch painting after having watched it carefully together with a museum guide. I have chosen this image because it reminds us that the tale of youth and digital media is one of both opportunities and risks. It is crucial that we closely monitor and examine both so that we can develop policies and initiatives on the basis of evidence rather than on the basis of speculations and assumptions. When examining the opportunities and risks of digitization for youth, it is essential that we acknowledge the developmental trajectory that they go through as they transition from childhood to adulthood. This involves cognitive, physical, social, and so forth developments. It is during this transition that young people have to develop their identity. They need to gain autonomy from their parents and shift their base of belongingness to their peers. These developmental processes give way to unique challenges, risks, and opportunities in relation to the age that children and teenagers have. For instance, when we look at teens, the centrality of the peer group during adolescence helps understand why adolescents can be more susceptible to engage in certain risky online behaviors, such as sexting or cyberbullying or online hate, for instance, because these behaviors lead to social rewards in the peer group. They give reputational advantages. I suggest, therefore, to be attentive to youth's developmental processes and how they shape adolescents' digital media practices, as this may help understand how such risky behaviors can best be approached and mitigated. Second, although children and adolescents experience a common developmental trajectory, there is immense heterogeneity between youths. There are pre-existing psychosocial vulnerabilities, for instance, low self-esteem, which can make teenagers more susceptible to risks. For self-esteem, for example, we find that young girls who have low self-esteem are more susceptible to compare their bodies to those of influencers online. Similarly, structural differences such as one's gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity can lead to markedly different experiences online. Another example, the likelihood of receiving hate speech online is far greater for girls, for ethnic minority youths, and younger teenagers. If we then also account for differences in teenagers' political, cultural, economic, social environments, we can conclude that there are substantial differences between young people that we need to account for. Every young person may face unique challenges and opportunities in their relation to the digital sphere. We see this transition currently ongoing in research on youth and the media, where scientific models are increasingly acknowledging this person's specificity, offering new opportunities for policy work, for instance, by encouraging new forms of personalized prevention. In a recent publication, Tom DeLane argued that most discourse on young people is characterized by, and I quote, the belief that youths are people in the process of becoming, guided by irrational and primitive impulses, while adulthood is seen as the unmarked normal, against which deviations are marked out. Public discourse on youth and media indeed often frames young persons as either naive risk-takers or powerless victims who lack agency. To empower young people, it is important that we move beyond such a techno-panic discourse. This means that rather than perceiving young people as unfinished adults, we should see them as agents with their own rights who are capable of voicing their own needs and opinions. It is thus important to hear the voices of children and youth to fully understand their media lives and realities. This involves an exploration of their use of, exposure to, and representation in both traditional and new media, where we are not blind to the risks that we as adults also face in this new digital society that we all live in. Fourth, I suggest to devote attention to the fact that children and youths currently live saturated media lives. As we have all witnessed during the pandemic, this 24/7 connectivity brings new burdens and problems. I have seen many of you on your smartphones and laptops during this meeting, which shows how being able to operate independent of time and place constraints creates new opportunities and challenges. On the negative side, among teenagers, we see a range of new phenomena, such as digital stress, technoference, fear of missing out, availability stress, a constant online vigilance. There is a growing realization that these burdens and problems do not just rely from individual weaknesses, but also have to do with the addictive design of technologies, as well as our broader contemporary culture in which relentless connectivity and immediate reactivity have become the norm. In a society that is still grappling with this new reality, I believe it is important that we examine how children and young people can improve what we now call digital well-being, among others by exploring how they can achieve an optimal balance between digital disconnection and connection, so that they reap benefits, but not drawbacks from being connected 24/7. In the context of this discussion, I think that we need to think about how to foster this digital well-being. Among academics, there is a clear agreement that this quest towards greater digital well-being for teenagers, but perhaps also for us adults, may require a re-evaluation of our societal values and a re-examination of how we organize our institutions, our society, and in this case, especially when it comes to the lives of children and youth. In this process, it is valuable to gain the opinion and the perspective of experts, as well as of young Europeans themselves, on how to build a future digital society that is caring and that is sustainable for future generations. And this picture I choose because of the tree metaphor, which is oftentimes used when we talk about connection and 24/7 connection, how we might have to root ourselves as trees into the ground to resist perhaps a bit against the relentless connectivity and the burdens that it brings us. Finally, as a last reflection, the digital well-being of young children and of youths is a complex problem. The responsibility for this problem is distributed over multiple stakeholders: governments, institutions, the industry, caregivers, peers, and so forth. Europe is among academics known as a frontrunner in the development of evidence-based regulation, policy, and initiatives involving these multiple stakeholders. Collaboration with these parties will likely be crucial to attain wide support for new efforts and initiatives in this area. Hence, a broad inquiry across all of these stakeholders is commendable. Thank you for allowing me to share these reflections and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Mariek. I now call upon Vittorio Gattari. Could you possibly come now to the rostrum? Thank you, Mr. Gattari. You have 10 minutes.
Signor Presidente.
Mr. Chairman, honourable members of the Parliament, members of the committee, I would like to thank the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe for inviting me to this important meeting and to extend my greetings to all guests on behalf of the National Youth Council, the consultative body that represents young people in their dialogue with the institutions on policies affecting the world of youth. Now, this hearing today allows us to examine issues that have now become fundamental in the lives of all young people and that question institutions, associations and bodies on the safe and correct use of social media by the younger generation and on their social commitment, which is exercised today also thanks to the useful support offered by the media. First of all, I would like to focus on the way in which young people today inform themselves and access the news on a daily basis. Up until a few decades ago, traditional media were the main means of getting information, whereas today social networks play a predominant role, especially among young people, partly because of the fast pace of communication today. This is why we need to question the predominance of social networks in the provision of news and multimedia content and entertainment accessible to all. As positive as this may be in the digital age, everyone knows that there is the risk of being faced with fake news from unsafe sources. There is still much to be done to understand how to assess and secure the way news and information are disseminated on social media, with the aim of protecting the youngest, especially from harmful content and biased news. A recent survey, Media and Fake News, was carried out by Ipsos for the Italian Digital Media Observatory and has returned positive data about these phenomena. Among young people, especially between 18 and 30 years of age, checks and verifications about the reliability of online information are much more frequent than among adults. 61% check authors and links, 56% compare the news with other websites, 38% check that the site is indeed updated. And a figure that raises some more concern relates to the level of education, as people with fewer qualifications do less checking and are therefore more likely to give credence to fake news. So this is an important point to remember. And we know that this is closely linked to education and culture. The Minister mentioned this morning. The survey also shows that many young people do not trust the news reported by others and therefore take immediate action to verify it. 8 young people aged between 18 and 30 out of 10 believe more in their own ability to distinguish real facts from fake news. They believe more in their own ability than in the ability of others. Another piece of data from the survey tells us that for more than 60% of 18 to 30-year-olds, a piece of news shared on a social networking site is reliable and would be even more reliable for 55% of them if shared by a friend who is active on social networks. Now, the consequences that the pandemic had on the very young during periods of severe restrictions and lockdowns must not be forgotten. According to research carried out by the Movimento Etico Digitale around 2,000 boys and girls between the ages of 11 and 18. During these lockdowns, young people spent more than 4 hours a day on social networks. Now, we've also got to consider the social engagement and participation of young people in today's digital age. This is also exercised through social networks and online media. And we know that there has been more and more engagement and participation with regard to volunteer work, civic activism, and therefore information and knowledge about these social issues. So today, digital technologies play a fundamental role in all these activities, allowing information to be conveyed through websites, social networks, blogs, podcasts, and online communities so that they can share information and content. Now, it may seem that young people are less interested today in politics and what is happening in society than past generations were, but we also know that they are active in learning new ways and means of participating and expressing themselves. They take advantage of the opportunities offered by the digital world, but we also know that civic and social activism of youth today has become more individualized and linked to specific issues, especially when there are flexible opportunities for participation that allow them to contribute to activities and projects of already organized NGOs and movements. Now, we've got the issue, the age-old problem of digital divide, and we saw this especially with the younger segments of our population during our pandemic. This includes the increased risk of their exclusion from modern forms of social participation, and the digital divide insists on several levels, from the lack of access to materials, tools, and technological means. Now, technology today allows for more participation and civic engagement, especially for people living in rural areas or in disadvantaged areas compared to more educated youth living in larger cities. But on the other hand, this cannot be the only form of civic engagement and democratic participation of youth today. Now, our council is trying to make sure that these organized groups have the ability, logistically and economically, to encourage participation and education of youth, not online, but being physically present. So we think it is important, in order to enable democratic activities and access political information, we have to focus on the concerns of the way youth use online information, news and technologies in order to promote this. Now, we know that there is a decreasing use of traditional and formal channels of political participation, and we know that there is informal and unconventional participation now in political life. Youth are looking more and more for new and modern forms of participation, unconventional opportunities. So this is why they use digital environments, and they can express themselves in a variety of ways. They can take part in political discussions in online communities, signing petitions and informally organized awareness-raising campaigns, or participating in international campaigns with people coming from all over the world without having to take a flight, or publishing political posts and comments on social networks. And this is how they can have exchange with people of their age and of other ages as well. This shows the growing importance of self-expression today, which increasingly represent a new way of civic and political engagement based on specific issues, and also an engagement that is personal and informal. That's what it is. Now, I also wish to say that online democratic and political participation alone may not be enough to try to influence decision makers on issues of interest to young people, while perhaps using other strategies that link the online level with the offline and traditional level, which could bring more results, thus promoting a real and modern democratic citizenship in the digital age. So this is why we need to strike a better balance between that which is online and that which is offline. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Guattari. I now open the floor for discussion. Would any members wanting to speak, please raise his or her identification card. And I take first, who had indicated his desire to speak a little earlier on, from Romania, Mr. Cristea. Mr. Cristea, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to praise the work of our experts and congratulate Tamar for the guiding principles she put forward for this report. From my perspective, dear colleagues, the flow of information and the flow of money were heavily disrupted in this time by the new technology we have invented. Moreover, the gatekeepers are gone, the filters have disappeared, are no longer in place, and we have a situation when here comes everybody. I would like to put forward some ideas I have noted, and I will start by mentioning the work of an Ukrainian media analyst called Andrei Miroshnichenko. He wrote some very insightful books, Humanist Media and Post-Journalism, and he says that media is no longer an instrument but an environment. And as Marshall McLuhan predicted in the 60s, when medium is the message and the media is the environment, everyone's nervous system has extended to the size of the planet. And from my perspective, in order to deal with, to successfully deal and find answers to the questions we are debating, we need to find ourselves in the sweet spot of overlapping between different domains. And I'm talking about psychology, behavioral economics, media studies, and I would like to say that bad news, and when I'm referring to bad news, I'm referring to outrageous elements of news or worrisome content, is much more valuable for decision making. Therefore, there is a natural inclination of human beings to pay way too much attention to negative news because of the hardwired survival mechanism which makes us to prioritize our attention towards threats or, once again, bad news. From an economics perspective, all the media institutions are fighting nowadays for their survival. With the advent of the social and communication internet platforms, the media institutions experienced a new reality. The advertising revenue, so the flow of money coming from advertisers, has been redirected towards 2 or 3 major internet platforms, which makes it more efficient in terms of delivering message to the target audience. I would like to also underline the fact that media institutions nowadays are struggling to survive, being forced to go after readers' attention and money since the ad revenues has gone. And so we find ourselves, and we have a new type of journalism called post-journalism. There is an interesting definition put forward by Andrei Miroshnichenko, which is economically forced to take a political side and produce polarization and anger in order to trigger audiences' loyalty and donations in the form of attention or money from subscriptions. Which is the way forward? This is my final remark. And maybe the answer comes from studying complex adaptive systems, because polarization can be quelled only by silencing the extremes and vocalizing the center. Can we fix it, or should we learn to live with it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 6 other colleagues wishing to intervene. May I ask that each of these interventions can be confined to 2 minutes, please? And I call now next Theo Rousopoulos. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alexander.
First of all, let me congratulate Tamara and all distinguished speakers for interesting information and thoughts they shared with us. Youth and the media should not be approached as two hostility camps. We should not put fear in young souls about media and especially about digital communication. We should encourage programs on media literacy in every society and especially in schools. So, Mr. President, I urge our committee to work more on this direction. Media literacy is a step ahead in understanding social media and living in harmony with digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Jane Stevenson, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Lord Dundee. I'd like to thank our rapporteur and also our contributors for some really, really interesting thoughts on internet safety and young people this morning. It is such a complex subject to approach, and we heard some very, very different approaches to it. For many of us in this chamber, the internet is a new thing. We didn't grow up with it. But while young people now have grown up with it, it is still a new world, and the rules in that world, how we engage with each other in that world, is completely different to real life. I think we now tread a very fine balance between freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of information, and protecting our young people. And because time is so short, I'll just touch for a moment. In the United Kingdom, we're now having our Internet Online Safety Bill, and part of my work is as a member of the Digital Select Committee that is scrutinising this. And a couple of points that we've been looking at is the role of platforms in protecting young people and the failure of platforms to act when abuse is reported. And I think this needs significantly improving. And because it is global, the platforms it needs an international approach to make this work. But we did have concerns that as the big platforms get better regulated and they are better protecting young people, this abuse may switch to smaller, less formal platforms, and young people, the thought of them going home from school where they've had some abuse and that abuse continuing into their home life is really something that is horrific, and we need to consider. Because I have very little time, the one other point that hasn't been raised, in the role of influencers, and this is now, it can be a big money business being an influencer, and many young people aspire to make money at this, and the committee that I sit on also had concerns about whether this should qualify for children as working. So we've had some consideration of whether a child's working environment as a performer, perhaps, as it would be in television or in film or in theatre, should have protected hours and some form of rights, and whether the responsibility for this should sit with the platform that they're performing on. So it's just a thought to throw out to colleagues. And the other point I was going to make, which I've completely forgotten, was the clarity of advertising to young people as influencers. It's often very unclear at the moment when influencers are being paid to advertise to young people. And as we heard from one of our witnesses, at the very age that young people's self-esteem is fragile, and they are more vulnerable, more susceptible to being aware of how they look, how they're supposed to look. I think this advertising, it needs to be extremely clear when a product is being pushed at our young people. I'll end my comments, but I could speak for a great deal longer on this, but thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And next we have Frederick Rees. You have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Oui, merci, monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the rapporteur and to the experts for their very interesting presentations. We are living in a world where overabundance of information is a real thing. And the truth of this information is very variable. Very recently, for the Council of Europe, I participated in the Lisbon Forum with a program on youth cooperation and on education for citizenship. We also mentioned the way in which young people consult information platforms of a non-traditional nature, as well as traditional media. Traditional media, we need to ask, in fact, does this still interest our young people? I personally doubt this. We're mentioning information which come to young people, which, thanks to their capacity of discernment, allows them to sort out things that interest them more and things that interest them less. But isn't there a risk here that young people will just look inward and that they will take refuge in groups that have the same opinions, the same problems, the same interests, and perhaps also to become ever more afraid of confronting certain realities or challenges today? The challenges of networking, of interdependence, of worldwide solidarity, of cultural exchange, the principles of democracy, are not these very things cast into question here? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have Roberto Rampi. If you could please address us within 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll try, Mr. Chairman. There are so many different things. I want to say the first speech I made as a speech in the Council of Europe about 5 years ago, issues about the network and new media. This is a new world with entirely new regulations. And the first thing to be done is to make understood to everyone, but especially young people who are born in this world, why social media was born. Because that's basically the underlying theme here. Social media are perceived as a place born for opinions to be expressed and debates to happen, and also as a place for money to be made. Now, we need to know what we're getting into. If I walk into a shoe shop or a clothing shop, then I know they're going to want to sell me something there. But if today I go onto Instagram or Facebook, I don't necessarily think this. I don't think that there's somebody who's using my time and my engagement and my wish to confront other people as an instrument to make money. Because the more time I spend, the more contacts there are, the more advertising is, and the more money someone is making. So, and I'll conclude on this. I think this idea of education on social networks, of understanding of the mechanisms in which people find themselves, is a fundamental aspect to work on. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Tamara.
Thank you so much. Next, I call Miroslava Nikiel. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask for more specific on how we can take this bullying and online harassment in a way that it's effective and at the same time doesn't infringe on freedom of speech. We have seen many instances of social media where full-scale smear campaigns were allowed and didn't break, for example, Facebook's terms of service, when on the other hand, victims of harassment trying to define themselves or people making harmless, ironic comments were banned altogether. Can we trust social media sites to moderate content themselves, or should it become subject of the state or some independent organization? Should campaigns running social media be held criminally responsible for not acting strongly enough against this information and hate speech when it leads to situations like attack on Capitol in the USA, or victim of cyberbullying harming themselves or taking their own life as a consequence? And last question, do you believe that school psychologists should play a bigger role in tackling this issue by supporting youth, educating them on dangers of social media and being a trust person to talk to? Should states invest in educating psychologists in this field? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now call Kamil Aydin. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, President. And I would like to thank all the speakers for such an illuminating information about the very famous issue. In the light of what I have seen and what I have heard from the distinguished expert speakers about the use of social media by children, I feel honestly, I feel quite confused to what extent to decide it's harmful or useful, especially with reference to the picture of a group of youngsters who tried, actually we learned from the presenters that actually they tried to fill up the application form for the museum, sort of. And that's why I'm very confused to decide. So I would like to ask a very simple question to all the members of the presenters, very briefly. In terms of division of labor and responsibility among us, because we are a member of, parliament, we are a member of family, we are at the same time, a simple individual of the society anyway. In terms of division of labor and responsibility among us, in order to create a kind of solution, what would you recommend us in terms of any concrete steps to take for the solution of getting rid of this sort of harmful thing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Stefan Schönack. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will do it very briefly. I think Adriana was right when she said not the youth are not researching news. The news will find them. The question is which news will find them. When I see, and I think you can agree into that public broadcaster in radio and TV is the highest level of journalist work. So what we can see that a lot of fake news will find them. And what Roberto said, that we are discussing here, we are all not natives of social media. This is another generation. And we have the absolutely intransparence of money making and the interests between those news you will find on Instagram, bloggers or influencers. This is the big money of today, and completely hidden are the interests. And I think what is necessary that we have in our education, political education and media education. I think this the school has to prepare the kids that they have to check news and how they are made and from where they are coming, and the using of media. I think this is a very important question, and it cannot be done only by parents or families.
Thank you very much. We now have our final two speakers, and the first of them is Karin Brewers. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Social media are there to stay, and especially young people do not read newspapers, do not look on the normal television. They search for their news on the social media. But we all know that the algorithms of the different platforms lead us, also us, especially young people, of course, to maybe the more extreme and short messages, disinformation, and yes, it's more shared, and that leads to more polarization in our societies, which may endanger our democracies. Also, activism on specific issues can lead to more polarization. And so we have to encourage media literacy and support traditional media who work with independent journalists. But I have a question for the experts and the rapporteur, who I thank, of course, for everything they prepared for us. The question is a bit, how can governments, in fact, support media, not only the public media, but also other traditional media, without interfering with the freedom of press itself. So how can they support so that they make the digital transition too? Because if they stay with their newspapers that we read at the time, only the real newspapers, they will not survive. And they're doing great efforts for the digital transformation, but it costs a lot of money, and to reach the young people is very, very difficult for them. We see that in our countries, maybe you too. And my question is, how can we support them without interfering with the freedom of press? And another question is, what can we do? What the experts think about engaging influencers to reach young people with correct information, because they share a lot of disinformation too, and how can we engage those influencers as a society? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is our Ukrainian colleague, Oleg Voloshin. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like definitely to thank Tamara for the report and the experts for very interesting contributions. I, for instance, got into my vocabulary new terms, the news snack, and really interesting and thought-provoking. I just want one remark. Given tragic developments we face in my country now, this Honorable Assembly and the Council of Europe devoted a lot of time and effort to elaborating the guidelines with regard to the hate speech, online harassment, etc. That's very important. But since the very opportunity or possibility of major big war in Europe has been seen almost impossible, the guidelines towards such not less important now elements of public discussion as warmongering and, on the contrary, culture of peace has been neglected. And I see that nowadays, while there is an understandable still some barriers in social networking media against the hate speech, there are no barriers for warmongering, for instance. Some nations are eagerly remilitarizing, increasing their military budgets, and this wave of popularity of making war, like military preparations, fashionable, also touches youth. And who else but if not Council of Europe should, and Assembly of the Council of Europe, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe should work on the guidelines and ideas how we define what is a warmongering, what is the pushing for conflict, and what is, on the contrary, positive behavior, like promotion of ideas of peace, of reconciliation, mutual understanding. For good reason, some Russian journalists are sanctioned as propagandists of war, but on the other hand, people don't notice that some on the other side who still say, like, we need to fight until some other nation is ruined, so however noble can be the war that my nation conducts, I don't want the culture of war to become ingrained in the minds of young generation, as well as a generation of in Europe. So that's a very important aspect that we should tackle, I believe. That some new element, unfortunately, that has been brought in our lives with the war. That warmongering is even maybe as terrible, as dangerous as promotion of the hate speech. So we speak a lot about discrimination of particular groups, but when someone says we need to fight against some nation, it's sometimes believed to be noble and good, but that's not. So we need to be very cautious about it, and I think our committee should be in the forefront of elaborating a kind of report or draft resolution on the point what is warmongering, what is pushing for conflict through words, what is and what is a culture of peace that we need to. Otherwise, we will have new conflicts and new conflicts and new conflicts in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Nicole Hulst. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my heartfelt thanks to all the experts. I do agree with many things already said, so I will get right at my points. I need to address several dangers. First of all, who's going to define misinformation? I see a big problem here. If any government or government-affiliated institute defines this crucial point, which is the base for the gatekeepers and censors, then information risk never being free and democratic again. For politically unwanted scientific studies as well as opinions can be labeled fake news and misinformation in no time and cancelled. Like this, the future of science and democracy is at stake, in my opinion, for they thrive of contradiction and opposition. Like this, any opposition can be cancelled out. So those who own the media rule public discourse and ultimately public thinking. This is true for social media as well. This does not help democracy. It erases it down to its roots. How are youth supposed to learn to deal with opposing worldviews? How should they learn tolerance? Youth in our time, and I'm talking as a mother of 4 and as a former teacher right now, youth in our time needs to be enabled to critically reflect anything so as to be able to judge plausibility of news, facts, and information in general. They need to be trusted to do critical thinking and to discuss with an open mind. Let me conclude. We need a pedagogy in real life that empowers young people physically and psychically. We are being warned. Children can no longer run backwards, swim, do somersaults, etc. What if, as a result, their brains develop differently, more poorly, so that they cannot perform mathematically acts, speech acts, etc., as some studies suggest? What if they suffer medical problems with their spine, neck, etc., extreme loneliness, etc.? What if they lack real relation, real love, real hugs, real friendship, and end up being lost with no idea who they are, where they come from, and why they are here? Do children and youth really need to be online all the time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before closing this exchange, our rapporteur, Tamar Taliashvili, might want to comment and make her concluding remarks. If so, Tamar, you have 2 minutes.
Actually, 2 minutes are quite short because there was such a great exchange, and thank you so much. We can see that definitely the topic of the report is very, very crucial, and for our future, for the future of civilization, definitely. And we've heard many questions and many views. I want to go back to the influencers issue to put it into the report. Actually, influencers is one of the issues we deal and we dealt with it from the very beginning of this work on the report. And as in my speech, I talked about the digital economy and advent of new digital careers. Of course, we speak of and we mean the influencers, but thank you for stressing this, Jane, very much. And concerning the balancing, the expression, the freedom of expression, and the regulations, and yes, this is a challenge, but we shouldn't sit back and say, this is a challenge, we can't find the balance, and because of this we won't act. I believe in regulation accompanied by educational programs like media literacy and like strengthening the pedagogic careers in the countries. We need to strengthen the journalism, ethics in journalism. Without strengthening this most crucial profession for the democracy as journalism, we will always deal with the problems of the news and the quality of the news. But the state, of course, the state's role is, first of all, in educational problems, and we should definitely find the regulations, the best practices, because the countries, and we've seen in this debate that almost every country is working and doing a homework to find the best way in this, to find the balance. And let me, in the conclusion, let me remember the words of the world-renowned author and historian Yuval Harari, who warns of hacked human beings. Definitely the data collection is the number one source of power in the future and right now. And this data is being collected through media. So this is the most crucial issue in regards of this report, and I believe that we need to act, because if we set back, we will just postpone the challenges and the problems, and our youth will be the victims of the problems we see. We need to save our freedom, because freedom is and democracy is based on personal freedom. But if you lose your identity, then you use the freedom and you use the democracy. So by safeguarding, by strengthening our youth, we will strengthen our democracy. And again, thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you very much indeed, Tamar. And before concluding this morning's business, I should remind you all that tomorrow morning this committee will address and hopefully adopt the report presented by Mr. Rice. Therefore, would colleagues proposing any changes to the draft text resolution please put these proposals in writing now for the Secretariat, so that our rapporteur can look at them today and well in advance of tomorrow. Media issues, as we well know, are complex, and all suggestions should therefore be examined very carefully. Not least for that reason alone does our rapporteur need proper advance notice today for anything to be further considered tomorrow. We will now break for lunch and return here quite punctually, if you'll be so kind, at 2:30 p.m. The Speaker of the Italian Parliament is hosting our lunch today. To all of us, including our experts, he extends a very warm welcome on our journey to where we go for lunch. And may I suggest that on that journey, and in order not to get lost, you stick very closely together and at all times follow the Italian delegation. Thank you. Our meeting is now closed, but if you possibly would, just stay in your seats for one final intervention, which will come from the Italian Delegation Council of Europe Secretary Fabrizio Biantensi. Please stay where you are, don't move out of the room, because there are two things which are happening. One is a little group photograph, which Mr. Bezzioni will tell us about, and also he'll just give us further guidance about how to get to lunch. Mr. Bezzioni, could you please speak to us now? Right. Can you please don't leave the room until you've heard from our colleague now. Do you want? Here.
If you all come up to the head table here, we can take our family photo. And then we'll all go upstairs, and our assistants here at the Parliament will take you to the lunch venue. So for the moment, we would ask you to come to the head table for our family photo, and then you will be accompanied to lunch.
Here, Alexander, or the Secretariat.
Yes, you're quite safe leaving everything here. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? We're going to start in a minute and a half. So please sit down, and we will have to start anyway in a minute and a half. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now begin this afternoon meeting, and welcome back to you all. Before we go into the agenda, I can let you know that the President and the Secretary General will be able to be with us until about 4 o'clock, when other commitments cause them to have to leave us, but we have them with us until then. And so let us start now with what you will see on your paper for the beginning of this afternoon, which is item 5 in the agenda. And we are taking item 5 and item 6, which together are a joint hearing on the cultural roots, a platform for intercultural dialogue and education for democratic citizenship. And we are joined by Enrica Battaglia, who is delegate of the Mayor of Rome, the President of the Culture, Youth Policies and Labour Commission of the Council of the City of Rome. I'm also very happy to welcome the many experts who've kindly accepted to contribute this afternoon to our discussion. And I suggest that we take this joint debate as follows. Firstly, the introduction by Mr. Andreas Grifroy on the cultural roots, a platform for intercultural dialogue. Then the presentations from the first panel of experts and an exchange of views with them. After this, Mr. Roberto Rampi will introduce the theme on the role of sites of remembrance, places of commemoration in education for democratic citizenship. We'll hear the contributions from the second panel of experts and proceed with an exchange of views with them. The first panel is made up of Mr. Stefano Dominioni, Executive Secretary for the Partial Agreement on Cultural Roots, Directorate General of Democracy Council of Europe. Then Mrs. Barbara Tocci, Rapporteur of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe on Culture Without Borders, Cultural Heritage Management for Local and Regional Development for this country in Italy. Mr. John Patrick Leach, President of the Atrium Group for Fogli Bologna for Italy, and Mr. Carlo Padu, Director of the Liberation Route Italy. The second, could I possibly ask for a little bit of quiet in some part of the room? The second panel of experts includes Mrs. Assumpcio Hosta, Secretary General of the European Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Jewish Culture and Heritage from Barcelona. Then Mrs. Annie Sacerdoti, Member of the Board of the AEPJ and Vice President of the Beni Culturali e Breccia in Italy. Then Mr. John Patrick Leach, President of the Atrium Route, Forlì, Italy. And finally, Mr. Mirko Caraccieri, President of the Scientific Committee of Liberation Route, Italy. Now I give the floor to Mr. Grifroy. Can we hear from you, please? Is that in there? Mr. Grifroy, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. At a time when our societies face new and profound challenges, cultural heritage has become a crucial element for the construction of a peaceful and democratic society, and is also a key element in the processes of sustainable development and promotion of cultural diversity. The aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and conflicts in the countries of former Yugoslavia in the 1990s sadly demonstrate that alongside humanitarian and economic devastation, cultural identity and cultural heritage remain a clear target of destruction, with museums, libraries, theatres and churches destroyed and looted. In follow-up, the Assembly resolution number 2057, what was voted in 2015, Cultural Heritage in Crisis and Post-Crisis Situation, which was prepared in our committee by Mrs. Esmeta Dervos from Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2014, I would propose to explore the relevance of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe to promote peace and intercultural dialogue as a practical and, in my opinion, effective means towards conflict prevention. In my report, I would seek to present significant experience at local, regional, national and international level, in which cultural roots promote open exchange based on mutual understanding between individuals and groups of different origins, cultures, religions and languages, and how these initiatives contribute to the prevention of religious, linguistic, political and cultural tensions. Moreover, we could call for a broader adherence to the Cultural Roots Programme and recommend expanding the ongoing activities under the European Heritage Strategy for the 21st century and the Council of Europe Framework Convention on the value of cultural heritage for society to assist member states to innovate in this field. The Cultural Roots Programme is a very practical means of implementing the Council of Europe policies on the value of cultural heritage for promoting cohesive societies, intercultural dialogue, and the right of access to culture widely among people and across regions in Europe. Cultural roots link local heritage to a broader historic exchange of ideas and skills across Europe and encourage collaborative grassroots initiatives which give people a sense of ownership and pride in their heritage as an element of common Europe heritage. In 1984, the Assembly adopted Recommendation 987 on European pilgrim routes, calling on the Committee of Ministers to revive these ways, beginning with the routes converging towards Santiago de Compostela. And this recommendation was followed up by the establishment of the first Council of Europe cultural route with the Santiago de Compostela Declaration in October 87. And today, pilgrimage remains a dominant theme for cultural routes, since it carries the potential for shared experience and intercultural dialogue and attracts mixed social groups and cultures. The significant rise in the number of certificate routes is a clear sign of success of the program. However, the accomplishment lies also in the capacity of each route to sustain its activity and relevance in the long term. I therefore wish to outline the main policy instruments of the Council of Europe that lay foundation for the activities of the routes. And there are four. One is the European Cultural Convention, the second one is the European Landscape Convention, the third one is the Faro Convention, Faro Action Plan, and the fourth one is the UNESCO Convention on Intangible Heritage. What is my proposed structure for the report? Following the initial brainstorming meeting I had with Mr. Stefano Dominioni, Executive Secretary to the Cultural Roots Programme, and his team in March 2022, I will propose to structure the report around three main chapters. The first main chapter is intercultural dialogue and diplomacy. And this means that we need cultural roots dialogue at all levels. I would seek to provide good practice examples of intercultural dialogue within the framework of cultural roots of the Council of Europe programme, having a wide geographical coverage across Europe, and to identify challenges to establishing such intercultural dialogue and new processes of cooperation between stakeholders. And this means at all levels and between all levels, local, regional, national, international, and with the basic principle bottom-up. We have identified the following routes with a strong intercultural dimension. The Atrium route, which focuses on dissonant heritage of totalitarian regimes in World War II. the liberation route with heritage sites on Western and Eastern Front at the end of World War II, the Jewish culture route, the Phoenician routes, the St. Martin's Tours route, Santiago de Compostela route, and El Legado Andalusi route, which highlights of the Spanish Muslim civilization and historical and social relationship with the Arab world. The second proposal in the structure of the report is cultural heritage, a means to reconnect communities and open a broader perspective. As a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also as a consequence of the Ukraine war, individuals tend to be more introvert and disconnected. Nationalism and populism are rising, with more focus on national borders. And I would seek to provide examples to illustrate the role of cultural roots in reconnecting and reopening a broader perspective of shared European heritage beyond national borders, and explain how cultural roots could become a means for better mutual understanding and conflict prevention. The third chapter is about innovation, digitalization, education, and sustainable development. In this chapter, I propose to highlight the principle of the Faro Convention, and in particular, the importance of involving local communities and local economies, as well as committing to sustainable management of cultural heritage, including intangible cultural heritage, to counter the negative effects of mass tourism, to explore whether cultural roots could be part of the solution. I would explore links with the previous themes, like intercultural dialogue, diplomacy, and the reconnecting, considering innovation through new processes of cooperation and new partnerships, digital outreach to new audiences, and involvement of the education sector, formal and not formal, and illustrated with good practice examples from the Cultural Roots program. But to conclude, for me, the most important thing is that we have here 3 chapters in this resolution, and we talk about diplomacy, we talk about reconnecting, and we talk about sustainability. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And it is now my very great pleasure to introduce to you Erika Battaglia, who is delegate of the Mayor of Rome, President of the Culture, Youth Policies and Labour Commission of the Council of the City of Rome. Erika, you have the floor.
Good afternoon a tutti quanti.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to thank you for allowing me to participate in your meeting. This is a wonderful opportunity for us at the City of Rome. We wish to extend our best wishes for your success, and Miguel Dotor, the City Councillor for Culture, of course, does likewise. We are here to acknowledge how useful sites of remembrance are here in Rome with its different routes, and it is important to always remember what has happened here in our city, in Rome, and all over Europe, and what has been done for peace. I think this is very topical now. Here in our city, when we think of places of remembrance and routes, we think of what happened in the ghetto in October 43, and when people were rounded up in the Quadraro area in 1944, and when people had to choose what side to be on, and they placed little stones all over our streets with people's names, people who were rounded up and taken away. This is very important. And we are also thinking of the attack on Via Rasella, the prison in the Tasso, which is now the Historical Museum of Liberation, and the Fosse Ardeatine, the defense of the San Paolo Gate, which is a place where we commemorate the 25th of April, and the bombing in the San Lorenzo neighborhood of the city. These are places of remembrance and civic engagement and institutional engagement linked to those events. And this is a way of encouraging social cohesion and education and sharing. Now, of course, it is also part of our Tourism of Knowledge initiative, and hopefully Europe will support this. Today, we are here to renew our engagement. We will do our share, and we wish to honor with our history and with our roots within our city a constitutional charter, which tells us that we do enjoy rights, but we've also got to remember the prices that we've had to pay to enjoy those rights. These are places and sites here in our city, but also places that belong to Europe. They are common roots that we can share. This is part of our common history. They are instruments of diplomacy and dialogue. Thank you very much, and we wish you a successful meeting.
So we have W. Thank you very much. I now call on Mr. Stefano Dominioni. If you would please come to the rostrum. Thank you very much. And may I invite you to address us within 8 minutes?
I'll do my very best. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Cox, Secretary General, Ms. Chetzvalui, the Mr. President of the Committee, Lord Dundee, Mr. Rapporteur, Mr. Griffoy, and members of the Culture Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly. It's a pleasure to be here to represent the enlarged partial agreement on cultural routes of the Council of Europe, and thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to briefly introduce the program as we have distinguished speakers that will follow me, the practitioners of the Cultural Roots program, the colleagues from Aprono, from Liberation Route Europe, and from the Jewish Heritage Cultural Route, to focus on the activities of the Cultural Roots program and to focus on the topic of intercultural dialogue, as the Mr. Rapporteur has already briefly described, and I thank the Parliamentary Assembly for having chosen the cultural roots as the topic for this report. As it has been said by the Rapporteur, the Parliamentary Assembly should be credited for launching the program in the 1980s. At the time, this was a very innovative program. There was nothing like it in the cultural field at European level. The idea to create networks of cultural heritage sites that would gather 3 or more Council of Europe member states was really something extremely innovative at the time, and the program has benefited from the political support of the Parliamentary Assembly ever since, and also of another number of institutions of the Council of Europe, in particular the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, that has also launched recently a report, and I would like to thank Ms. Toce for being also at the forefront of this idea, being the program clearly a cultural program, but also very much a program that fosters cultural diplomacy at political level, but also local and regional level. So Parliamentary Assembly, the Congress, has been very important promoters of this initiative, and the legal body of text and documents of the Council of Europe is very much also to be highlighted as an important reference. A number of conventions have been mentioned, the European Cultural Convention of the 1950s, up to the landscape conventions of more recent times, and the Faro Convention. All this is a legal body text of reference that have really been the pillars of the methodology of the Cultural Roots program, launched in 1987 with the first cultural roots. Today, what is a cultural route? A cultural route is a network of heritage sites built around the idea that Europeans, the Europeans of the Council of Europe, therefore a very large geographical space across our 46 member states, share their history, traditions, culture, share heritage that they want to treasure, both in terms of their common history, but also their cultural diversity. And these concepts are put together by the cultural roots that create a network of destinations that really represent our common history and our common traditions. And today we have a variety of cultural roots that are based in our member states, and they are promoted by our institutions. Two institutions are key to the program: the enlarged partial agreement on cultural roots, that is the, let's say, governing body of the program, and the European Institute of Cultural Roots. These are the two institutions that kind of safeguard the program, and they are responsible, the member states of the enlarged partial agreement, to provide the certification requirements and the evaluation requirements in order to cultural roots to be, given the label of the Council of Europe. And as of today, the Council of Europe, through its enlarged partial agreement on cultural roots, which has today 35 member states, have certified 45 cultural roots in a variety of themes, in the themes of history and civilizations, arts and architecture, roots of religious heritage, roots linked to landscape and handicrafts. All this is very much represented by the variety of the cultural roots that see associations, legal associations based in one of the member states, manage these networks. And today you will have the opportunity to listen directly from 3 of our cultural roots. The management of the roots will provide you with their presentation about the way they are structured, legal associations of 3 or more heritage sites, cities, local authorities, municipalities, cultural institutions, museums, cultural foundations, across at least 3 member states of the Council of Europe. We mentioned Santiago de Compostela, but we can mention several other very important cultural roots that testimony our history and civilization: Destination Napoleon, the Via Charlemagne, the Iron Curtain trails, the Aeneas route, the Roman emperors, the Phoenician routes, to give you a taste of the routes that are based in our history, but also arts and architecture. Atrium will be presented today at the crossroads between architecture and history, but also the Art Nouveau network, the European route of industrial heritage, the European route of historic gardens, the European route of historic cemeteries, the European Mozart ways. These are also examples of routes that focus on arts and architecture, and of course religious heritage, very, very important in its various manifestations of religious traditions. The European route of Jewish heritage, the El Legado Andalusi, the Via Francigena, the European route of St. Olaf ways, the European route of Cyril and Methodius. These are all cultural routes that bring together in a shared voyage of history and heritage many different sites across Europe. And also the route that link landscape and artifacts. We spoke about the European route of historic gardens, the route of the olive tree, the wine route, the European route of ceramics. Just to give you an idea and an overview. There are some eligibility criteria for cultural routes to be certified by the Council of Europe. You can see them on the screen. As I said, at least 3 cultural heritage sites belonging to at least 3 Council of Europe member states. Each and every cultural route has to have a solid grounding in scientific evidence, in multidisciplinary research and transnational academic activities. All the routes have to implement a number of activities in the field of memory, history, and heritage. They also have to focus on educational activities for the young generation. They have to focus on intercultural dialogue. This is an element that will come out from the presentations later on. And they also have to develop activities in the field of sustainable cultural tourism. At the end, these cultural routes are very much close to the citizens, close to our rural areas, local areas. They are all embedded in our territories. They are the best example of the proximity of cultural institutions, because each route is very much part of the social fabric. Some of the urban of our urban areas, like an atrium, as you will see later on, some more linked to our rural areas, but also very much linked to our history. And becoming a cultural route has its benefits on its own. There is an evaluation process every 3 years. The governing board of the Enlarged Partial Agreement just met recently in Luxembourg, and we have today with us the representative of the Holy See that attended our meeting of 35 member states. There's a monitoring, there is an evaluation, there is access to a lot of also funding that is brought by other international organizations such as the European Union, but it's the link to the values of the organization that is for us the most important, the values of the Council of Europe, the being embedded in our core values, and that is something that it's important in terms of also cultural diplomacy and cultural heritage. This transnational exchange is what makes it really so valuable. The transmission of this memory for all Europeans, and to see that we're all connected through our own history. Therefore, intercultural dialogue, be it among different regions of Europe, different countries, different historic traditions, but also different religious traditions, and the international cooperation, because each and every cultural route, you will see it later today, puts in practice a number of activities, events during the year to foster these shared principles and values. So, Mr. Chairman, my presentation is now coming to an end. This is an overview to provide you a framework for now putting in context the presentations that will follow of 3 of our 45 certified cultural routes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And can we now please hear from Barbara Tocci? You have the floor. Barbara is Rapporteur of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities in the Council of Europe on Culture Without Borders, Cultural Heritage Management for Local and Regional Development for this country. Barbara, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, President. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to share with you the Congress approach to our mutual concern, cultural heritage, and how to preserve and develop it for future generations. We are convinced that the unique capacity of cultural heritage to nurture purpose communities. Our report on Culture Without Borders was adopted by the Congress on June 2021 in remote way for the pandemic situation. It looks at the cultural heritage management from the local and the regional perspective. The Congress highlights how cultural heritage can help build a bridge between people and communities. Before I present our main ideas to you, I want to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a serious impact on cultural heritage and events. Without visitors, there is a little income to maintain cultural sites in our town and cities. Traditional festivals, music, and ritual have been put on hold, and the revival will not always be easy. This lack of cultural activities impact our citizens at many levels. As Ernesto Ottone from UNESCO said, today, more than ever, people need culture. Culture makes us resilient. It gives us hope. It reminds us that we are not alone. When I proposed to write a report on the subject, I wanted to underline how important it is to create a connection between cultures. It's these connections that help us understand and promote the values that are so vital for democracy, solidarity, dialogue, acceptance of each other, and respect for human rights and rule of law. The pandemic changed these values. Cultural heritage is no tool to help us rebuild them after COVID-19. To be successful, we'll need to reinvest in international cooperation, dialogue, and a sense of belonging. We'll need to develop sustainable and inclusive cultural heritage management. With our reports, we give municipalities and the regions the tool to play their part in this. First of all, we invite the cities and the regions to look at cultural heritage through a new lens. We want to raise local authorities' awareness on the fact that cultural heritage is not just material. It also includes intangible practice, knowledge, and experience. By looking at cultural heritage this way, we look at people and how they connect to history and to each other. Cultural heritage can strengthen social cohesion and intercultural dialogue. Exploring shared history and the roots can help bring people together. Secondly, we look at cultural heritage as a tool for sustainable local and regional development. Cultural tourism is an engine of economic growth. It generates income both for rural and urban communities. However, we need to avoid over-tourism. Cultural heritage management must be sustainable. Thirdly, we outline the obstacle to sustainable local and regional cultural heritage management. One of these obstacles is the lack of tools for the preservation of intangible cultural heritage. There is also a lack of inclusive governance schemes. Here, we emphasize the importance of making cultural heritage management inclusive. The report contains many examples of good practices which can serve as inspiration. Our report shows that through cultural heritage, cities and regions can promote local and regional development, and in our resolution, we give them advice on how to do so. To strengthen social cohesion, they should include the young people, migrants, and isolated communities when discussing cultural heritage. For economic development, they can use cultural heritage to promote and develop remote areas. We encourage local authorities to develop tools to measure the impact and benefits of cultural tourism so it can be sustainable. To remove barriers between cultures, we encourage cities and regions to work with partners. They can join networks like the Cultural Roots take part in the programs like the European Capital of Culture. They can help promote democratic values through the implementation of. Lastly, we invite all countries who have not done so yet to sign and ratify the FARO Convention and the European Landscape Convention. University can also be important partners of local and regional authorities. Government should support local and regional authorities in the realization of this resolution. They can do this in several ways. They can develop guidelines to help local and regional authorities include more people in cultural heritage management. They can include cultural heritage in other policy areas too. By including in a school curricula, they can raise awareness amongst children about the importance of cultural heritage. They can provide resources to help local and regional authorities measure the impact of investing in cultural heritage. They can also support and finance European initiatives on this issue. Europe is going through an identity crisis. Conflicting narratives and identity politics are pitting different communities against each other. Sustainable and inclusive cultural heritage management can help bridge these gaps. I wanted to express my grave worry about the destruction of cultural heritage in Ukraine. Cities, centers, museums, and cultural sites risk being damaged or lost, with large parts of the population having to flee and being separated from their communities. War is also a threat to intangible heritage, such as local custom and minority languages. We need to support the local communities in the preservation of their cultural heritage, especially in times of crisis, displacement, and war. To conclude, I would like to stress two aspects of the Congress report that are especially relevant today. Firstly, the report highlights that through cultural heritage we can explore shared history and the roots, bringing together people with different outlooks and helping diffuse conflicts. Secondly, it calls on cities and the region to use cultural heritage management as a tool for urban regeneration and to achieve territorial justice. As such, cultural heritage is one tool to help us rebuild after crisis and conflict. To be successful, local and regional authorities have a crucial role to play. We are the first line of defense for our cultural heritage. However, we need the support and commitment of our central governments. In this, together, we will need to reinvest in international cooperation, dialogue, and sense of belonging. We will need to develop sustainable and inclusive cultural heritage management at all levels, and from the bottom up. Sustainable cultural heritage management can bring Europeans together while still celebrating their diversity. I hope that this report will contribute to that. I hope that Europe's cities and regions can count on your support as Minister of Culture in moving our cultural heritage forward. Our culture's roots and patrimonies are the foundation of our history. Their diversity, as well as the common elements, can unite Europeans and help uncover our common values. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you so very much. And I now call upon John Patrick Leach. Please address us. Thank you. John Patrick, you have 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for the invitation. Yes. Very pleased to represent the Atrium Cultural Route, and I hope to be able to give you some information and some content for the very interesting report. So I'll do a brief introduction to Atrium in this part, and I believe I will speak a little bit just in the second part as well. Just to explain what Atrium is, its full title is The Architecture of Totalitarian Regimes in the 20th Century in Europe's Urban Memory, and we've added interpreted to promote human rights and democracy. This has been an important addition for us just to mark the ground and make sure this particularly ethical and cultural position which we're coming from in terms of the Council of Europe. And we've also taken on the key of dissonance as the key sort of interpretative element for the cultural route. It's a cultural route made up in 4 countries with 18 different members, and you can see the list of the members there. We're based in particular in Southeast Europe because we emerged from a European project in the years 2011, 2014. And I should say that the members of Atrium are local authorities, and this has been perhaps difficult in terms of our expansion to other countries. And also, of course, the topic of dissonant heritage is a particularly complex and difficult one, which I will talk about. It starts really from the city of Forlì. Forlì was the original lead partner and has the transnational office. For those of you who do not know Forlì, Forlì was also known as the Città del Duce, the city of the Duce, because it was reconstructed in particular in the 1920s and 30s as a showcase for fascism. So Atrium, so the city of Forlì and many other cities have a difficult relationship to that heritage, and that really has been the element which we've been trying to address. Our methodology has been based in particular on the Faro Convention, so a sort of bottom-up action plan, an integrated approach including and involving their cultural associations, local residents, schools, universities and European institutions. So that's in particular the intercultural aspect of the route which we follow in terms of methodology. And we, in particular, in Forlì, in the period 2016-2017, were a particular focus for the Atrium, for the Faro network, working with citizens in terms of common ground, challenges, mutual understanding, rehumanizing giving different narratives, and reframing also the history of the city and the way that the citizens relate to that. Let me just explain one or two of the partnerships which we've entered into then. In particular, we work with cultural associations. Just 2 examples here. The town of Tresigallo, which is now Tresignana, where they put on a contemporary art exhibitions in the spaces which were constructed ex novo in the 1920s and 1930s in that particular small town on the Ferrarese plain. And also another example in Forlì was a theatre in site-specific theatre which took place on the character of Albert Speer, architecture and is a power. And we feel that the particular gaze, the particular view of cultural associations, young cultural associations, is particularly useful in reinterpreting and giving a different light to that particular heritage. Another example was an photographic exhibition, Totally Lost. This was an international exhibition. An international call went out for young people and others to photograph neglected architecture stemming from a totalitarian regime, and the response, the digital response, was enormous in that period. Other examples have been partnerships with local residents. For example, the Foro Boario in Forlì, which has been voted a place of the heart, Luogo del Cuore, and this was done in collaboration with the Fondo Ambiente Italiano. Other work in particular with schools. We work in particular on educational tourism. I should say that the issue of tourism for Atrium is a difficult one in the sense that it's not a classic tourism sort of product, but in terms of school exchanges, we've been working in particular on that, both on an international level with Forlì, Bari, Labin, Ferrara and Zara, who are all members of Atrium, or we've been in contact with Atrium in order to produce a cultural project, a tourism project for the schools. Also with the universities, we've been collaborating with Un'Europa, which is an 8-university consortium in which the University of Bologna contributes. And there's been a PhD program specifically, a workshop specifically on dissonant heritage, which was part of which was held in Forlì. But we've also been particularly happy to collaborate with the Urban Agenda Cultural and Cultural Heritage Partnership, in particular the Action 10 on integrated approach to dissonant heritage. This has been very fundamental for us because the Urban Agenda Partnership has identified 40 or 50 other sites which have been surveyed in Italy and brought them together in an online event in February. And I think the results will be presented also in Rome later in June. I'd like to sort of finish really on the aims of sustainable development. Two areas really. One is the sustainable element in terms of tourism. As I said, it's not a classic tourism product, but we particularly follow the sustainable tourism goals of the United Nations and are trying to give a particular value to towns and cities which are not usual objects of tourism, tourist interest, so off the beaten track locations. And one or two examples here are Stei in Romania. Stei was a uranium mining town, actually constructed by the Soviets in the 1960s and 70s, so it has that particular heritage which is difficult for the city. It's a town of only 9,000 inhabitants, so to create a sort of tourism interest there is particularly important for them. And another example of this could be Dimitrovgrad in eastern Bulgaria, again constructed in the period 47-53 by the Bulgarian Communist Party, so it has that particular European heritage. And again, this would be a different and sustainable element of tourism for Bulgaria. And I'd like to just finish on the other sustainable development area which we're particularly interested in, which is the impact on local cities and the renovation of architecture and parts of the cities which need to be restored, but which can be restored in a sort of historical sense. For example, here, the Casa della Cultura, constructed in Tresigallo in the 1930s, but has been reconstructed, and the historical meaning of that place has been maintained. And another example might be the conversion of the mine in Labin. Labin was a town in Croatia built by Italian fascists in the 1930s, and the mine buildings have been turned into a library. And I'll come back to the issue of memory later on. I've stayed exactly within my 8 minutes, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And our final speaker within the first panel will be Carlo Piodu. You have the floor. Carlo, you have 8 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, good evening. So it's a great pleasure to be here to represent Liberation Route Europe. As no, I don't see my PowerPoint here. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. No, should be the PowerPoint. No, these are only the text. Anyway, so I'm Carlo Puddu, director of the Italian organization of Liberation Route Europe. So Liberation Route Europe is a foundation, a growing international network that connects people and organizations dedicated to preserve and valorize the intangible and tangible heritage of World War II. Its memory and the meaning. So the organization's main mission is to make this history relevant, accessible, especially for young generations. So Liberation Route started as a little project, a regional project in the region of Arnhem, in Nijmegen, so in Netherlands, in 2008. When some municipalities, with, in particular, related to the events of the Operation Market Garden, September 44, so they joined their forces to create a single touristic product. It was just a little thing, but it became the Liberation Route. The first project was a series of audio spots. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so you know where Nijmegen is. Okay, I go on. So audio spots and plaques placed on the war sites, places to read and listen to the local history. So in 2014, many other European countries joined Liberation Route. Thanks to funding from the European Union through the COSME program, the COSME program enabled to create Liberation Route Foundation, and with the opening of 2 offices, one in Brussels and one in Netherlands, and the Liberation Route Foundation was officially inaugurated in Normandy in 2014 during the commemoration of the landings. Okay. So, in 2019, Liberation Route Europe becomes a certified is certified as a cultural route of the Council of Europe. So a great recognition that gives prestige to our work, putting us in a large and active international network. The Liberation Route now, 2022, has 11 members, European countries, and can count more than 400 partners between Europe and North America. The members are mainly museums, associations, tourist boards, local and regional authorities, but also tour operators, universities, research centers, or hiking association. In addition to Belgium and Netherlands, the foundation has national offices in UK, in Germany, and in Italy from 2019, the Italian branch. In Italy, there are 13 members, mainly in Tuscany. Our office is based in Lucca, in Tuscany. But we have the city of Lucca, of course. We have Sant'Anna di Stazzema, but also the National Institute, Istituto Parri, the main national center of the history of the resistance. The region Tuscany joined our organization, the city of Milan, and very soon Emilia-Romagna and Lazio are going to join our network. So three are the pillars of our programs. Youth programs kind of very active way to transmit history to youngsters. And then we have Europe Remembers, an inspirational portal and sites to bring together sites and events of remembrance tourism. And then the hiking trails, the international hiking trails. So, which is the creation of a network of trails that follow the Allies to liberate Europe between 1943 and 1945, or to follow, for example, in Italy, the resistance fight. The aim is to map 10,000 kilometers all along Europe. That allows a new way of experience and learn history, a new way of experience the route, no? And learn history together by hiking, walking, and cycling. Our objectives: the valorization of a tangible and intangible heritage related to the Second World War and liberation, as well of the memory of the conflict, both local and international. The transmission of memory, especially in a historical period in which nationalism and fake news are growing, through educational programs, through historical contents and awareness campaigns. Number 3, so a multi-perspective approach. So Liberation Route Europe adopts a multi-perspective approach to tell the history of World War II, taking into account as many perspectives of the conflict: women and men, civilians and soldiers, linguistic and ethnic minorities, etc., in order to bring back the complexity and the drama of the war experience. Number 4, Liberation Route Europe wants to be a sustainable, durable, and meaningful tourist product in symbiosis with the territory, and with a goal to raise a common awareness of the Council of Europe's value of human rights, democracy, cultural diversity, and the fight against all form of discrimination. The Liberation Route Trail project extends across Europe. The most significant axis now is the London-Berlin route, with stops such as the Normandy beaches, the Ardennes or Netherlands, which is the one that the organization is focusing on at the moment. Okay, but Liberation Route Italy decided to join, of course, this big project and to participate with its own project called I Sentieri della Liberazione, Liberation Trails, with a goal to bring the cardinal principles of the European initiative to our national territory, put it into an organic system, the multitude of activities and hiking trails that already exist in Italy, and valorize the liberation of the Allies and the resistance fight. Oh, 1 minute. Resources. This is important because we have a website and a app, a brand new app based on the maps and the network of the trails that is under construction throughout Europe, with a travel planner, very, very useful, that allows you to plan your journey along the routes, reading the historical and the tourist content in 6 languages: English, German, French, Italian, Dutch, and Polish. History is the heart of our mission, of course, the legacy of World War II, the liberation of Europe from Nazi occupation, and its role in the future construction of peaceful, democratic, and inclusive societies. And to do this, we have a scientific committee. There's an international scientific committee. Italian organization has its own scientific committee. Here you will have the pleasure to meet our president, who will follow me after in the second part, Mirko Carrattieri. So the scientific committee, of course, guide the creation and revision of new contents. A very famous architect was involved. His name is Daniel Libeskind. He designed a family of markers for Liberation Europe called Vectors of Memory. These markers are placed at key points along the trails, but also outside museums and places of memory. As supporters, Liberation Europe is supported by VU Funds, the Dutch Fund for Peace, Freedom and Veterans, and by the German government. It was the German government, through its embassy in Den Haag, to believe in Liberation Route project and enable the realization of the routes and the digital infrastructure. The Italian initiative received the patronage of the Ministry of Culture in 2020. So thank you very much. Okay.
Well, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now have a short discussion. Would anybody like to begin that with some comments? Please, if you feel inclined to be, raise your identity cards and then it can be done. Mr. Hosenov, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Everyone is very sensitive to the cultural heritage. They consider it important to preserve and pass it on to new generations, and no one doubts that the most reliable bridge connecting nations is culture and its treasures. There is an ancient historical parable that a man is an enemy of what is unaware. It may have been harshly said, but in any case, an important truth is hidden in this statement. In order to be friends, to love, to get closer, you must first get to know each other. In this sense, it is difficult to imagine a more powerful tool than culture. Therefore, in my opinion, priority should be given to practical actions and not to the repetition of already known truths about the intensification of intercultural dialogue. The Council of Europe can make an unprecedented contribution in this direction. It has the potential and opportunity to take real steps. We just need to seek for new ways to do it. With all this in mind, I prepared separate documents in Council of Europe in the early 2000s, including motions for recommendation and resolution signed by dozens of members of the Assembly. The establishment of Council of Europe Museum in Strasbourg, including the creation of its electronic version by joint efforts of the member states, was one of these ideas. Museum demonstrating the culture of 46 countries and the path of historical development of the Council of Europe. I put forward the idea of creating a joint anthology, European culture. Who knows, maybe 20 years ago, had we spared no effort to implement such initiatives that could further promote cultural rapprochement and mutual recognition, today we would have a different world, a different Europe, and contexts created by cultural paths would have led to prevention of many contradictions and conflicts. I also look forward to the Council of Europe Cultural Roads program and wish it to be effective. In order to have a novel idea, goodwill appeals not just like a beautiful word, but also like a useful deed. It is necessary to prepare a number of projects that will not take long to wait and will not be difficult to implement. And we must all work hand in hand along the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Mr. Rostavian. You have 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to simply say that places of remembrance are indeed important, not only as places of commemoration or education, but also as places for prevention, the prevention of crimes, and in particular crimes against humanity. Thus, the role of places of remembrance is also to prevent these crimes against humanity, which is what happened with the Holocaust and the genocide of the Armenians and other crimes of genocide in general. Now, these are not places that should encourage violence or war. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I now give the floor to Roberto Rampi to wind up. You have 6 minutes.
Yes, I prefer, yes, exactly. I was trying to tell that in that microphone, that I come here not for me, but for my colleague, and it's a great honor, Liliana Segre, that I believe needs to be here. And andrò a leggere questa
I will read this letter, the greetings written by Liliana Segre for your Parliamentary Assembly and in particular for the Commission on Culture. I know that she would have loved to be here herself, but I'm sure you know that Liliana is a member of the Italian Senate. And in Italy, it is possible to appoint some life senators for their great merits to the Republic. And Liliana Segre was appointed life senator for the extraordinary work that she carried out in cultivating the remembrance of the Holocaust in Italian schools. In fact, Liliana is one of the young girls who herself experienced the Holocaust. She was deported to the concentration camps, and she was one of the few survivors of those camps. And she is a woman who decided to vote many years at a certain point in her life, and something extraordinary happened in Italy. We always need to bear these in mind when we talk about places of remembrance, and it is important, therefore, to teach these subjects in schools by bringing one's own experience to our youth. Many survivors, in fact, tell us their stories, and they tell us that they find a sense of being survivors in telling these stories to the new generations who will not have a chance to meet many of these survivors, but who must bear witness to this memory if we want to make sure that this never happens again. Let me read Liliana's message to you all. And you will be seeing some pictures of this place which was created in Milan, Binario 21, track 21, which is just a few kilometers from my home. And they finally created this place. It is a museum, very strong and powerful, and it was designed and built in the very place where the trains deporting Italian citizens, Jewish citizens, to the extermination camps, and this is where the trains departed. And in fact, this is precisely an underground place where this occurred, and this all happened at night time, and this is something that, of course, we should never forget. I am delighted to greet all the members of the Council of Europe delegation. This is very important, an important place in which to cultivate and share our historical memory. This is key, and it is especially true with the Shoah. In other words, that the three levels of testimony, history, and memory are not to be confused, but must complement one another. The uniqueness of the systematic extermination of the Jewish people, as well as other social and political minorities that was perpetrated in Europe by Nazis, forces us to engage in a public debate which is widespread and open to all, understood by all, and yet very serious, informed, and credible. this is the purpose of places of remembrance, to link the past and the present. In other words, the last witnesses of the tragedies of World War II and the citizens of our newer Europe. And this is a wonderful day in which we should discuss this. To underscore the need for a linkage between the past and the present, we decided to create the Shoah Memorial in Milan, track 21, which is where the trains for Auschwitz departed. And I propose that they write in block letters the word indifference at this place on the wall of remembrance, because indifference is the opposite of memory and sharing, but it is a way of shouldering responsibilities. This is what we need to do. And in fact, it is where we hear the steady, low background noise of the sinister cranking of a crawling train. Even the soundtrack helps make the experience of a place of memory and soul like track 21 unforgettable. Places of remembrance work effectively if they recreate an immersive experience, the total engagement, like the total and totalitarian fate lying in wait at the end of the run. This is the only way to awaken consciences and encourage personal commitment. I wish the Council of Europe initiative every possible success, because in these frightful years of pandemic and war, we need to have ever stronger democratic institutions that are supported by the public spirit, which is nurtured by a sense of history and commitment to solidarity and justice. By Liliana Segre. Thank you.
Ecco, io non aggiungerò molte parole.
I have nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman, because I support it wholeheartedly, and I want this to be on the record. Liliana Segre is an active member of the Italian Senate, and as a senator, she promoted an important initiative in the Culture Committee that I am a member of on teaching remembrance in schools, and she's also the president of another important initiative. The Italian Senate created a committee, in fact, that works on hate speech, and we have something similar at the Council of Europe, in fact. Now, why am I telling you this? Because notwithstanding her age and her experience over time, she accepted to be a live senator, and therefore she, I think, interpreted this role in the right spirit. It is not an honorary title. She's an actual member, a full member of the Senate. She has the right to vote. She has the right to vote when we form a government, when we vote on our budget law. And this is what she's doing today, even though she's a senior citizen and all the difficulties we've had to experience with the pandemic. And I do think that she is a witness of what it means to bring our memory to the present day. It isn't only a question of remembering, because that's something that you can hold in your heart. We shouldn't only remember, but when you remember something, you are, of course, holding it in your heart, but you're making it alive. So I think that the work that we're doing today on the cultural roots, but also sites of remembrance, is precisely that. We have this great need to take down barriers. We need to promote culture, not among those who already have culture, but to those who have not been fortunate enough to grow up in a home with a large library with many books and with parents who took their children to the theater and to the cinema, for example. We need to promote culture and remembrance, especially with those people who think that they have nothing to do with culture because it's too difficult for them. It's too far removed from their lives. Democracy cannot exist unless we have widespread culture. We said that this morning. And democracy cannot exist unless we have widespread remembrance. Now, our memory, our remembrance is quite unique. For some years, I worked on theatre and cultural projects on the subject of remembrance. Today, we're commemorating the death of a statesman, Aldo Moro, here in Italy, who was once a prime minister. And when he was young, he was a member of, and also Peppino Impastato was killed, and we're commemorating him as well today. They were two people who were very passionate about politics. One was killed by the mafia, the other was killed by Italian terrorists, the Red Brigades. And I worked on a piece of theatre on them that has been shown all over Italy. And in presenting that to work, I say we have to build up our memory. It might seem to be an oxymoron, but we need people to feel this emotional experience. And inside, they have to feel the memory of something that they haven't experienced themselves. But through that emotion, they feel that they have experienced it directly. Now, if you go to Track 21 to our memorial in Milan, this is what you feel. If you go to Auschwitz, this is what you feel. I've been there. I went there when I was 14. I went there when I was a member of parliament. And I went back a year and a half ago during the pandemic. So I think that this is why we should promote places of remembrance and cultural roots as well, because these are instruments that we have that work with our emotions, and this is how you can engage people on a widespread level. So we're not only working with the mind of people, but with the hearts of people as well. So it's a dual dimension. And of course, it's based on historical facts. It has to be done rigorously. Now, during our lunch, we were talking about this. When we build up these cultural roots, well, first we need to carry out research. This is essential. It is key because it provides us with the instruments that we need to then try to design a new dimension, which is this emotional dimension. And this is how we can reach out to everyone. And it is also the history of all our countries that is involved here. And we've done this always with art in churches, for example, art in public spaces, and through our statues throughout our cities. So this is how we reach out to people. We mustn't wait for people to come to us. We must reach out to them through culture, through remembrance, and through this emotional dimension. So this is what we're trying to do with our report, and we're hearing from some leading experts today. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Roberta, thank you so very much. We now come to the contributions of our second panel of experts, and we begin with Assumption Hoster, who is Secretary General of the European Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Jewish Culture and Heritage, Barcelona. Assumption Hoster, you have the floor at the rostrum, if you'll be so kind to come and address us there. You have 8 minutes. 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, you promised me a little more. Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, Madam Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Commission. First of all, thank you for having us here to speak to you. So I will start my brief talking. Following the principles of the Council of Europe and the FAR Convention, the APJ promotes European values, seeking to bring the Jewish culture and heritage closer to all European citizens. Preserving Jewish heritage sites is also a contribution to the visual landscape and a way to boost local economies by being integrated into the general heritage of the visitors in a sustainable way. Following the questions that Commission asked us, so how the Commission, excuse me, okay, how our association is run. We have an Assembly General, which is the first and the main body. Then we have a board of directors, which is chosen every 3 years. Then we have a bureau, which is the general governance of the association. Then, of course, we have the members, which is the principal body. Then we have a scientific committee, which is the expertise body and the reflection body. And then we have advisory members, which are chosen by the association among prominent personalities to help the association itself. And then we have the administration office. Our headquarters are in Luxembourg, but our technical office is located in Barcelona. Which countries are the most active members you were talking about? We are in the overall world 29 members. Each one of the members is an association in itself. So we have very few individual members. The majority are networks on their own. Which ones are the more active? Really, everyone is active in the association, but maybe in the last couple of years, a few of them are a little more active than the others. And how do we run our association? What do we do, in fact? We are working in 4 pillars. One is the European Days of Jewish Culture. The other, and it's really the big portion of it, it's the European Root of Jewish Heritage. Then the other pillar are the training pillar, what we call the incubator body, which is the training for trainers, basically. And then we have the cooperation structure that we deal with other itineraries and we deal with other members. So starting by the European Days, this is an open program that includes over 100 public and private institutions. We coordinate the activity with a strong decentralization, creating different frameworks and scenarios, where a large number of institutions, cities, and organizations of all kinds actively participate. In this sense, public bodies, Jewish communities, cultural centers, museums, libraries, research institutions, universities, jointly with a large group of volunteers, are working together every year. Some of the topics worked out related to the aspects of this commission, like, for example, we work about testimonies, we work about building bridges, we work about diasporas. Then the next pillar we are working with are cultural roots. That's really our aim project, and aims to create a link between sites and people, which have interests or connections with Jewish historical and heritage, cultural heritage. Under the APJ umbrella, we develop unique and detailed Jewish cultural roots and programs around Europe, offering training, creating cultural tourist products, and sharing good practices to promote and to develop transnational programs. Through sites, experiences, and communities, we wish to create a true open-air museum. Then the other section we are working with are one of our main programs called Incubator. Incubator is a very successful program which helped to build capacity governance and strengthen cooperation through our members. It's a tool to enlarge the organization and to ensure the correct methodological and scientific development of local, regional, and national itineraries following the Faro principles. We already had several of them. That's the way that more or less every route is integrated in the incubator, and we are also focusing in new possibilities, new routes, being local or national level to be included with. So we already been working in a few of them in Barcelona, in 2018, in Bucharest. Then during the pandemic, we didn't stop, and we follow up by Zoom and technological means. And in a couple of months, we will have the Izmir in Turkey, the next one. So about cooperation, we cooperate very much with many of our other itineraries. We have in some programs, so some of our colleagues here, Atrium or Liberation Group, as many others. And then also we have cooperation outside the itineraries which foundations, associations, enterprises, whatever that can help or which aims to help us. About your question, how do we promote European values? Well, the field of the remembrance, education, sensitivity and controversy, human rights, education for democracy, democratic citizenship plays a central role in the projects we work with. Heritage that has often been affected by a very dramatic episodes in history, as we just really saw previously. Jewish culture and history needs to be integrated into European heritage, identity, which is not, or not in many countries in regular basis. To shape Europe's future, people need to know, and people need to understand its past. Knowledge about Jewish life is essential to overcome anti-Semitism. Educational and research are crucial. In this regard, we focus on the Jewish contribution to European society. Cultural roots, as been said here before, it's a very powerful tool to teach about the past. The APJ supports the members in their work of remembrance. We provide training and ongoing assistance in their work to turn Jewish heritage sites into means of developing memory in its educational aspects. In addition, it is a strong communication tool throughout different platforms we are linked to. Recently, we can highlight the work done in Izmir, in Turkey, in Timișoara, in Romania, where informal synagogues had been opening cultural centers and developing interesting programs to the local and visiting population. Similar cases are happening now in Sarajevo and Belarus. How our contribution to fight against anti-Semitism? Well, there is one project we are working with, which is called NOAA, Network Overcoming Anti-Semitism Project, that offers a pioneering approach to tackle the problem of rising anti-Semitism in Europe. This is a unique partnership of major Jewish networks that evaluates policies across Europe and gives some help about developing holistic national action plans to address and prevent anti-Semitism. In this respect, we assist institutions in their effort to contribute to fields of remembrance within the framework of European Jewish history. Of course, culture and heritage plays a key role in this regard as a means of empowering communities, as well as in the development of an open and pluralistic and accessible remembrance culture. On the way of our exchanges, to whom we are exchanging projects, we are working in a few projects, for example, Fab Roots, the first one on top, that we are working in 8 different partners. 6 of them are European itineraries. Or, for example, Walking Europe, that is also it's a program of a Creative Europe program, which 4 partners, 4 of them are cultural itineraries. Some of them are here with us today. Then the first one, it's related to improve the member skills. The second one is based basically on involvement and cultural management and marketing and storytelling, basically. Then we have Jewish history tools, and I'll talk a little more about it later, because this is really an online program for us, a very powerful tool. And then we have, and basically as we are in Italy, we are in Rome now, we have a program called Midor Ledor, which means from generation to generation. That's it's a program that was born in Poland around 2012, And now this past year has been launched here in Italy, and we are working in cooperation with IDUCE, the Italian Union of Jewish Communities, and the APJ here. And of course, we are very active in the seminars that the Council of Europe are celebrating every year, since the one in Strasbourg celebrated in 2012, that was the first one. And then every year we had been participating on them. And the next one will be in France, in Fontainebleau, in a couple of months from now. So another question that was about the Parallel Traces program. That was also a program that started in 2019. We had been working 5 cities around Europe: Girona in Spain, Wrocław in Poland, Tbilisi in Georgia, Sighet in Romania, and Belgrade in Bosnia, where artists from each one of the countries had been working in a contest, and then we had been displaying an exhibit exchanging good practices. And at the end, what happened is in every one of those cities, the material remains, and we had been working also with augmented reality and very powerful tools on art. So how do we transmit this? For us, archives and research are fundamental. Some places keep physical remains, other just the memory of them, but not the physical ones. But in almost every country, we do have tangible resources as archives, archaeological remains, pieces of art, and of course, intangible worldwide can be traced like music, literature, gastronomy, and many others. That's in fact the reason of the primary celebration of the European Days of Jewish Culture in 1999 that had been transformed into European Days that takes place every year from September to December. Besides parallel traces that we already spoke about, we are working with Jewish History Tours, which is a tool of Europeana Generical Services, which is co-financed by the Connecting Europe facility of the European Union to create engaging online tours using Jewish heritage data as pan-European topics. Many of our members are working in this program, and really it's working out, and it's facilitating visiting worldwide. The other question was, how about sustainable development activities promote dialogue? So we think that, yes, this is one of our major goals. Big cities are not normally, they already normally have the support from regional or local administration, even at the national level. On the other way, rural sites, they seldom have enough support, and it is in that way that APJ is supporting their issues to combine both, to take them and to be like a locomotive from the rural places. One of the best examples is, again, the European Day of Jewish Culture. During the latest years, we had been working in several common projects. Actions and rules are discussed among all members, and final agreements are adopted on the General Assembly. At the same time, the APJ only takes the role of the coordination. Each one are developing their own programs, looking after the financial support to it, and from this experience we share all together. There is a lot to learn, and at the same time a kind of very useful competitiveness that enrich the democratic dimension. Besides what has already been said, we shall thank all of our members for the cooperation during this long pandemic period in which technology had played an important role. In this sense, we did the Hanukkah all together, So all members, we had been celebrating together Hanukkah through the platform. Had been the first experience, and I must say that had been really very successful. And finally, and I'm finishing here, in 2020, for the next year, 2023, we have submitted a project to the third program that revolves around European remembrance. In this proposal, we are participating with the Liberation Route, which is here among us today, and what we hope it will be our first adventure together. So thank you so much for your patience, for your time, and we are here to ask any question that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, I would like to call upon Annie Sacerdoti, who is member of the board of the AEPJ and vice president of the Beni Culturali Abraici in Italy. Annie Sacerdoti, could you perhaps come to the rostrum now to address us?
In fact, Mrs. Costa has brought two together. So
What? She's not speaking?
So she's not speaking.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so we now come on to the second contribution from John Patrick Leach, and it is very good of you to be imposed upon to contribute in both panels, and we are fortunate and look forward to your second contribution, for which you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Can I get the slides?
Which one?
It's number 18.
18?
Okay, thank you very much. I believe my slides are just arriving. It's the second slot of slides. So again, thank you very much indeed for the invitation. I've already spoken, so I'd just like to make 1 or 2 comments in terms of Atrium and the work that it does on sites of memory. If that's fine. That's number 18. The sites of remembrance. And I'd just like to say we're also collaborating at the moment with the Educational Division of the Council of Europe with a conference in Belgrade. We've been discussing the difference between sites of memory and sites of remembrance and commemoration. And really, Atrium works on sites of memory, or as was being said before, I think the ways in which we can, in a sense, construct memory, enable our citizens to construct memory, and in a sense, to see in ordinary places which still have and can be interesting in terms of cultural memory of the 20th century. And I'd just like to stress once again the difference between Atrium and some of the other cultural routes, in the sense that we have a very dissonant heritage, a difficult heritage. It's much easier, it seems to me, to work on celebrative heritage. Just give you 2 examples, not to diminish these in any way, of course, but Santiago de Compostela or the European Mozart Way celebrate a shared identity, shared history, whereas we work really on a dissonant heritage, a heritage which is difficult and contrasting, if you like, is a heritage of totalitarian regimes, which is in contrast to our democratic values of today. And perhaps the 2 routes which really express this are Atrium, but also the Iron Curtain Trail. So I'd just like to stress once again that we begin with the problem, if you like, of a heritage in a place like Forlì, which is a Città del Duce. What do you do with that heritage? How can you look at that heritage and appreciate its architectural and urban excellence, but also re-historicize, re-semanticize, if you like, the totalitarian regime which gave rise to this, and bring in the idea of memory in terms of fascism, even in terms of ordinary cities that people live and work in. And I'd just like to give some examples, not specifically of activities, because all our members undertake activities with local associations, with cultural associations and with schools, but just to put together some of these examples of the towns which are members of our roots. For example, Labin and Raš in Croatia, which were two mining towns which were constructed by Italian fascists in the 1930s. So this, again, has a difficult relationship to its urban population today. And here you can see the mine shaft with Tito on the top of it. Or Dimitrovgrad in Bulgaria. Again, Dimitrovgrad was just a small village, but it was an example of top-down industrial expansion, industrial development on the part of the Soviet-led Bulgarian state. There was a large chemical plant there, and thus also was constructed an administrative and residence centre near it. So it is a town which in a sense has that history of its relationship to totalitarianism to tell. Two other examples, sorry. Carbonia in Sardinia, another example of fascism's need to have coal resources, and again it's a foundation town constructed more or less ex novo in the 1930s. Or Tresigalo, which I've already mentioned, which was again the site of a chemical plant in the Ferrese area. And this is particularly difficult because it was constructed more or less from scratch by a fascist leader, Edmondo Rossoni. Ste I've also mentioned as well as a uranium mine town in Romania. Tor Viscosa in northeast Italy is also another member of ours, which was similarly involved in textile or production. And finally, so there are one or two other elements, again, ordinary places which really are not sites of remembrance, but can be sites of memory. Cesinatico and Cervia on the Romagna coast in Italy, which are spa towns, and are leisure developments. And fascism was particularly interested in sending children to the sun for heliotherapy in order to construct warriors for the fascist regime. And this, for example, was something which also took place in the north of Germany in Prora, which is an enormous Nazi-built heritage leisure development. And also leisure developments in cities like Iași in eastern Romania, where you can see here you've got leisure developments of culture linked to the propaganda of the regime. Another similar European dissonant heritage, the spa towns, particularly important in Italy. Both Castrocaro and Fratta near Forlì were constructed under the regime and were spa towns for fascist functionaries. Also, there's another element of this, of course, is national expansion. In particular, here the example is in northern Italy, in Merano, Meran, where the Italian, also in Bolzano. Bolzano is not a member of ours, where the fascist regime was expanding and giving its national footprint on that particular town. So these are difficult heritages for citizens to work with. But finally, perhaps the most important examples are showcase towns, towns which had served a propaganda function for the fascist regime. Forlì is one of them. There's a mosaic in Forlì which tells the history of flight, but which exalts the fascist attacks, for example, on Libya and Greece, and has quotations from Mussolini's entry into war. So it's quite clearly a fascist propaganda part of the Forlì. But also in Predappio, Mussolini's birthplace, where there was a factory made for the construction of airplanes, and you can see here that some of these elements remain even in the factories, apart from the Casa del Fascio in Predappio. You can see Duce in Predappio. And my final example there is again another showcase town, Dimitrovgrad in eastern Bulgaria, where there's a celebration of the Bulgarian Soviet worker. And just to give two final examples then of the way that Atrium works with memory. One is something not specifically related to architecture, but related to persecution under totalitarian regimes. This is the People project, where with other collaborators, Labin, Karkavelos, Dimitrovgrad and Skuteri, we work on the persecution of minorities, Jews, ethnic minorities, religious groups and intellectuals under totalitarian regimes. And finally, also the memory and dissonant heritage, which I've already mentioned, work in particular with the schools. Atrium Plus was the creation of a tourist product for school exchanges, and a similar one carried out in a landscape in a box for Li Bettinor and Cesinatico. That's very much local in Italy. And I'd just like to end, we've just begun a project actually called Faro, So it's using the Faro, Council of Europe Faro methodology with other towns such as Novogorica, Scutari and Lusada, which have got similar aspects or problems in terms of European memory. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much for your for that contribution. I now call on the last expert in the second panel, who is Mirko Caraccieri, President of the Scientific Committee of Liberation Route Italy. Thank you so much. You have 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. I'd like to follow the speech of my colleague Carlo Pudu in order to introduce you to the Italian branch of Liberation Route Europe. I'm an historian, but I try to make my work as a public historian, so I hope that we can share our disciplinary tools in order to reach the aims that we have underlined in the previous debate. So, you have already known that Liberation Route has 13 members in Italy. Among those, some municipalities, associations, but also memory sites. And I'd like to introduce you some of our partners, in particular the Istituto Nazionale Ferruccio Pari, which is a network of historical institutes that work about history of Second World War and resistance struggle. And we have a new venue in Milan, in the Casa della Memoria, and we had some important projects also with other countries. For example, an atlas of the massacres, Nazi and fascist massacres in Italy with the German embassy, and nowadays another important project with the German embassy, an exhibition about memory sites in Italy for the German public, Eine andere italienische Reise. Another important partner of Liberation Route Italy is Association Linea Gotica, Officina della Memoria, which works on the Gothic line, the most important front in the Second World War in Italy, on the Apennines, and they developed some important tools for the dissemination of historical events of the Second World War. For example, an application and also a book of short stories about Gothic line. We have also some memory sites as members. For example, the Peace Museum in Sant'Anna di Stazzema, one of the place of Nazi massacre in Italy during the Second World War. 1,500 victims in the August of 1944. They have a park, a museum, and a lot of activities about. Another important place is Cassino on the Gustav line, another line of the front during the Second World War. An important place because of the bombing of the embassy, and was a very important place also for the Polish, English, Indian, South African and Australian soldiers that were involved. We have some European projects. Carlo has just said, Vectors of Memory and Europe Remembers. But we have also some Italian-specific projects. in form of theater, for example. Another important project is a course for guides, touristic guides, in order to form the formers. And now we are developing a new project about the Gothic line, which is a very important one because of the collaboration of two important regions of Italian state, Emilia-Romagna and Tuscany, and because this front in the middle of Italy was very important because soldiers of 40 countries were involved during the Second World War on that place. I think, as just Professor Leach made, we have to explain our idea of the Second World War. In Italy, there are three different ideas, representation of the war. The first one, the most spread, is the idea of the Second World War as a war of liberation from the Germans, so a sort of second risorgimento. And it's a very important perspective because it was the most ancient one, and but also a modern one. For example, the song Bella Ciao, that we probably all of you are aware, was recovered in the recent network House of Cards. Another point of view of our war was the Second World War as a civil war in Italy, a war between fascist and anti-fascist. So now another dissonant and difficult heritage for us. But also the idea of the World War II as a big cut, a sort of transformation phase, because after the war we have a new constitution was signed in the sala where we eat. And then the vote for women and also the republican system after the monarchy. That's our approach, just a few things. First of all, we are working about memories, at the plural, and history, which are different things, and you have to remark this. But also find new ways to combine and cross these two dimensions in order to overcome the risks, dangers of memory, which is not so simple thing. Another important idea is to let the sides speak, because undoubtedly memory sites can be important witness of the past, but they need some mediator. And so the public historians and the memory operators are necessary in order to make them speak in the proper way. And it's very interesting the tips about the difference between memory sites and history sites, reals of memory and memory sites, also in the Italian debate. Nowadays we have also some networks of memory sites about the Second World War in Italy. For example, Paesaggi della Memoria, Landscape of Memories, which is a new network of about 30 places in Italy which are working about deportation, war, and resistance. An important method of our work is hiking, as Carlo said before, and we have some important experience both on the Gothic and the Gustav lines of historic trails following the ways of partisans and soldiers during the Second World War in general, with important products as books, guides, and also sites, digital ones about. Finally, the most important goals: heritage promotion and valorization in a GLAM approach. We have to work with archives, libraries, museums, and also digital museums. Obviously, memory transmission to young generation with different projects. For example, the peace schools in Sant'Anna di Stazzema and Montesole, two important places of Nazi massacres, that are becoming places of sharing and education. But also the multi-perspective approach is very important for us. Multi-perspective in different sense. For example, watching at the Second World War from different point of view. For example, the German one and the British one. So we work with National Archives, but also with Institute for Zeitgeschichte, but also different approaches to history of the war. For example, the oral history one, or the iconographic one through the cinema, for example. And about sustainable and meaningful tourism, we have a lot of experience in Italy of agencies, but also of associations that work on the memory trips in order to make them not only a trip, but a very important educational experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now able to come to a short discussion. Who might like to begin with a question or a comment? Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
For 1 minute, dear President. Please put in all these European cities of memory and my city, Thessaloniki in Greece. For all these reasons that we heard from Mr. Roberto Rampi and from Mrs. Segre, we are creating in my city of Thessaloniki, in northern Greece, the Holocaust Museum founded by the President of Syriza, Alexis Tsipras, together with the President of Israel, Reuven Rivlin, in 2018, so that the older ones can remember and the younger ones to learn how the Jewish community of Thessaloniki, the Jerusalem of Balkans, as they call it, Jewish community of 55,000 people, disappeared from fascism and Nazism in the camps of death in Auschwitz and Birkenau, right from the place where the trains of death departed to take them to the concentration tables. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Do we have any other contributions from the floor? Any other contributions? I don't think so. And if not, could I please ask Mr. Roberto Rampi to wind up? If you could possibly do so, we're slightly running out of time. You would manage to wind up in 3 minutes.
Sì, anche meno.
Even less, I think. We are short of time. I think that things have been clarified very well. There are some elements I find quite extraordinary, and I think that I should say we also went on working on this during lunch. There are two different things that are very important here. One is how to develop the memory with the emotional side, and the other is how to deal with the idea of controversial memories. And this has also been the subject of some work that's been done in the European Museum Forum. There are so many places in so many countries in our Council of Europe where saying memory means being brave enough also to confront the flip side of certain historic moments, and we've talked to museum curators about this. How do you deal with the period where within a country things are still controversial? And the answer was, well, you have to bring out that controversial dimension. People have to tell their story, how different things are interpreted in different ways. There was one case, for instance, the Finnish Civil War, where one part of the country was defending its own independence from Russia with a very significant nationalist dimension, and then another party thought that they needed to have a social revolution that was supported by the newborn Soviet Union, and each side, if you will, has very strong ideas. There were many violent acts, and the museum tells that story and brings out how democracy is built, how people live together, and how people overcome the most dramatic moments in their histories. Overcoming, as we know, isn't loss of memory. Overcoming really means going to a higher level, acquiring memory, because that allows you to go forward, as we've seen in extraordinary processes of reconciliation that we've seen in Africa, and that we're also starting to apply in European culture as well.
Thank you very much. And finally, may I ask Mr. Andres Grifwai to summarize on behalf of his rapporteurship. Andres, you have 3 minutes.
I think you mean myself, yes. I know I have a very, very difficult name. You know, it's not my fault. It's the fault, I will say, from my father. So my family name is Grifwai. Just speak it like a French name, and my first name is Andries. But this, you can say Andrew, André, Andrea. You have a lot of possibilities. But you still will remember it. But the first time I was hearing about the cultural roots was about 5 years ago, when I was on a fact-finding tour in Istria, where we saw a very, very, very small church, and there the guide said to me, but you know, this is not only this church, it's connected with a lot of other churches, just in France. And for me, this was a little bit, I don't say shocking, but it was quite interesting, because then you can see that culture is more than only one nation. Culture can connect nations, and culture connects people. And when you have the first discussion, this was also what I mentioned over here. Because of the COVID, we were disconnected, and we have to reconnect. And reconnect is possible by culture. And if you see then that culture goes through different countries, connected by a certain team. Well, this is what's happening with these cultural roots. I think that's a very nice idea, and then we have to emphasize it. And what I've mentioned in my points, the 3 points where we have to emphasize is first of all, cultural roots is in fact a method for a diplomacy. We can reconnect. We have to do more communication around it, that people are aware about that. And I find, for example, the presentation of the different examples very nice to see, where you can find, in fact, where you can discuss about the item. It's not only architecture, but we can discuss about it. And of course, why not? Innovation can also be implemented, and that kind of culture. Culture is not only the old-fashioned culture that we sometimes think, but can be more. Can be also part of, let us say, a small tourism, not a mass tourism, etc. So I think we go to very nice hearings also in the future, and I hope that we can come back with a nice text. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before closing the meeting this afternoon, I want to thank very much indeed our speakers for their contributions to what has proved to be a very useful joint hearing. I'm happy to let you all know that our Italian hosts have most kindly fixed a guided tour to the Museo Etrusco, and the pickup point will be Piazza Montecitorio. And that pickup place is in front of the main entrance of this building, and the time ladies and gentlemen, is 5:30 p.m. After that, all committee members and the secretaries of delegations and political groups are warmly invited to come to the dinner which is hosted by the Italian delegation. And I must remind you that tomorrow morning the committee has to vote on Mr. Rice's report. Therefore, please, if you will be so kind, be on time at the beginning of the sitting tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Finally, a big thank you to our interpreters, the secretariats, and very much again to our Italian hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now closed. Is that okay?